This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Wild Earth on this beautiful sunset safari this afternoon. As you can see, we are sitting with the Djuma Pride. Still pretty much the same area as this morning, but it is not too warm. It is a little bit humid. The humidity is quite high. But as you can see, they are in the open, not under any thick vegetation because there is no sun. But yeah, thank you for joining us on this beautiful sunset safari. And I'm hoping that everybody is going to have a fantastic drive with us this afternoon. And if anybody's got any comments or any suggestions, any questions, please send them forward on hashtag Wild Earth, or go onto our website, go to wildearth.tv on our channel page. And of course, any kids under the age of 18, go and just pop us email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Please send us those comments, send us those questions. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and of course, behind the camera, we do have got Egard, also known as Eduardo, here on Rusty this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm hoping it's going to be a fantastic one this afternoon. Send those comments and everything towards us this afternoon, and keep us on our toes, and hopefully we can keep you watching and keep you guys all entertained. I know Tess and Odie, they will be out on Wendy this afternoon, and then Steve and BK in Pridelands. And just a quick thing as well, just remember this Sunday, it is Easter Sunday. Please join us on our sunset safari this Sunday, as we are going to have an Easter treasure hunt on our sunset safari, so please join us on that one. It'll be really entertaining, I'm sure. I'm sure there's going to be loads and loads of laughs on Sunday. So yes, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And I'm sure a lot of us are going to have a lot of entertainment on Sunday. But yes, it was so nice to have a nice good old start to a sunset safari with the Djuma Pride. Just now and again, some of them just rolling over, stretching. As you can see, one or two of them, eyes a little bit open. Of course, showing that nice white belly up to the sky. As you know, they really get more of a cooler reflection from that white reflection. Ina Smith, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on our sunset safari. Looks like somebody let the air out of the lions. Well, I'm sure maybe it looks like it, but I think they're all still resting. You know, lions are very much specialists at conserving energy, and of course during the nighttime they are really patrolling and doing their hunting. So yeah, we can say that lions a lot of people say lions are lazy, but look, they do sleep around about 15-16 hours a day. But of course they know when to really utilize their strength and their energy, and that's primarily at nighttime, when they've got that advantage over any diurnal animals. You know, lions can really see around about 10 times better than their prey species like buffalo and impala, all those things. Alright, so the composition of the Djuma Pride that we have got here at the moment, we've got 4 young males. One is now walking towards us. Oh cute. Hello. Coming to bother you. Oh, there's 3 males together now. Those are like pretty much 3 brothers or half brothers, so pretty much the same genetics. And actually all 4 of these, sorry, and this one as well, yeah. So all 4 of these ones that's closest to us now is the young boys, the sub-adult males. So these guys, of course, sooner or later, one day when they get to about 3.5, 4 years old, they're going to get kicked out of this pride by their fathers, by the voca males. As you can see, this male is going to now claw the tree. Of course, many times, look at that. Anyway, while we sit with the Ngumas, let's go and see. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to see what he was going to do. I thought he was going to do something more there. But many times they claw the trees like that just to really stretch those tendons in the claws itself. So making sure that those things are all kept nice and up to date and not too stiff. Anyway, let's go take a look at the weather around Djuma today.
I really do hope that those lines become active on this end of Djuma. It seems as though a very snoozy Swazi is far away from waking up this afternoon. She looks like she's had a massive meal, so I don't know if she was at Gowrie Dam last night, maybe. Perhaps at Buffelshoek Dam this morning with ribbon. Who knows? My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide and safari here for the afternoon. Behind the camera today is Odie, and we decided to start our day with Snoozy Swazi and to see if we've got an update. This morning, Cedric and Owen had ribbon carrying a piece of the carcass back towards this area. So we decided to come and have a look and see if we can find the remains of that carcass anyway. But for now, Swazi is blocking the road. The gorgeous scavenger that she is blocking our pathway to the den sites. So we're going to have to stick here and hang out for a while and see what happens. She seems to have eaten herself into a bit of a stupor. It reminds me a bit of just before I went on leave when actually she was pregnant but looked like she'd eaten a buffalo. She looks that big again, and so much so that she's actually got frothy saliva that's forming on the side of her mouth from all of the eating and overheating. Have a look at that. Just below the pink of the inside of her lip is a little bit of foam coming out. And I think she's just so hot that she's decided it's time to sleep off the meat sweats. She's probably salivating quite a lot and trying her best to cool down. You can see there's a light breeze blowing a few pieces of grass around her, and as overcast as it is, you would think it would be cool, but it is probably one of the most humid days we've had in a while. We are all struggling almost as much as Swazi, heavy breathing, trying to cool down. And so I can definitely understand why she's chosen this little spot where it's nice and clear for her head but covered for her body. And it was probably in the shade earlier. Very similar to the lions, napping it off. Chef Ben, a meal would take probably a day or two to digest from when it goes into the mouth to when it actually comes out bit by bit, but it really does depend. So for example, I know Jax is talking about it today on Penguin Beach, how penguins can slow their digestion to get the most nutrition possible out of their meals for the chicks. But for hyenas, they've actually got the most nutritious milk. That is partially due to their very efficient digestive system, but that doesn't make it any shorter or longer than any of the other predators. They're just simply better at digesting. So I would think that this belly would take 2 or 3 days to work off But the digestion process itself, from when she ate either last night or this morning, should take about 24 hours until that first bit of food starts to pass through her system. But we can certainly smell whatever she ate. I don't know whether it's gas coming from her or whether it's just her that she's rolled in something. But the smell is quite something. So the digestion process, I assume, has started based on the smell. I think it's her gas. You can imagine what rotting red meat smells like, having gone through a hyena's digestive system. But I'm definitely going to stick around for a little longer and just see what Swazi decides to do. Something caught her attention. Maybe she'll pick up her head again. So while we sit here and watch the lovely Swazi trying to cool off, let's have a listen. I thought I may have heard movement in the grass a few meters behind her just now. I don't know if there is another hyena around. Maybe it was a cub, one of Ribbon's cubs, or someone moving. But I just want to have a listen because it was a very distinct sound of an animal moving through the grass very close by. Swazi hasn't lifted her head again, but I also haven't heard that sound again. So I'm not sure what it is, but hopefully the longer we spend here, the more information we'll be able to gather, bits and pieces here and there. But it even seems like the birds have stopped calling for now. Maybe it's got something to do with the humid weather.
Yeah, so welcome back. Still sitting here with the Djuma Pride and of course the sub-adults. It is all just resting. Still a little bit warmish, but nothing too bad for them to find a shady spot somewhere in the thick vegetation. They're really more in the open at the moment, which is fantastic. It helps us a lot. And as you know, hopefully everybody actually enjoyed Penguin Beach this afternoon. Hopefully everybody got some nice learning tips there. I know, very interesting to see also, see Jack said as well. It's the first time for her to see a penguin's play its tail and see its preen glands. That is fantastic. That is absolutely amazing. That's nice. There's always a first for so many things here in the vegetation. We could have, I mean, in the bush for myself, I've been, and I think still every single day there's always a first for me, no matter what. I think nature's always got a new thing to teach us and show us. So, yeah, there's always a first for everything. And I was thinking about the lions. I'm talking about when they have to eat something and they really breathe quickly to speed up their metabolism. it's actually very interesting that I see the penguins actually slow down their digestion to, of course, give the babies more nutritional food. So it's almost like an opposite effect between lions and penguins. But fantastic. It just shows you so many wonders in this world, and we always learn every day new things. And of course, a nice all cuddling each other here, one female. So what, of course, the composition of this, of the Nkumas that we've got here in the sub-adults, it's 4 young boys, 2 young females, and then, of course, we've got Purple Eye, and, of course, Chilla. Chilla is, of course, a little bit more of a beautiful female that's really in good condition. I think she's one of my favorite females, very light as well, but unfortunately she's tucked away somewhere behind the tree there where God is really much zooming into. But and I think Purple Eye is just to the right of her there, but all having a good little rest here for the day. Also, what I love as well, lions are very family orientated. So many times you'll see that the females, like these 2 young females now, with the 6 sub-adults, the 2 young females, they all remain with the pride. And I'm sure that these 2 young females, Chilla and Purple Eye, I'm sure they will rejoin those other 3 female lionesses from the Nkuhumas that's got the 7 youngsters very soon. It'll be very nice just to see the whole pride together. But of course, the 4 young males, I mean, not sooner or later, maybe around about next year and a half to 2, they might be, of course, out on their own, not on their own, but as a coalition of males. You'll find the 4 brothers or half brothers. They'll end up as nomadic males for a couple of years until they can find a nice little void here somewhere in the greater Kruger Park, and to see if they can start claiming a territory for themselves and hopefully have 1 or 2 female pride territories in theirs, and they can start spreading their genes. Wesley, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it is good seeing them so healthy. I don't know what will worry you. It's actually a good thing, unless it worries you because they're doing so well. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I'm very happy they're looking good. I think these boys are going to be really a formidable coalition. I've just seen just the size of them already. I think it's going to be fantastic. But the Vokers, their fathers, they do come once or twice up the side, but they don't stick together as many of the coalitions I used to know. I mean, I remember the Mapochos, they stuck together. Majingalans, they stuck together. And the Birminghams, they stuck together. Timbers. So all those coalitions, they really stuck together as brothers. They used to always, when they used to do patrolling of the territories, you didn't hardly ever saw just one. It used to be 2 or 3 or all 4 of them. And yeah, they used to be really a strong bond. But the Vokers, these sub-adults, fathers, they're quite split apart at the moment. I know the one in Sabi, and Blondie was not too far south of us, and then Mohawk, I'm not too sure where Mohawk is, where he ended up. But anyway, while we sit here, let's head off to Pridelands and see where Steve wants to say good afternoon to everybody out there.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the bushwalk here at Eco Training Pridelands. My name is Steve, and I'm joined by BK on camera, and we are trailing elephant. Found some down at the bottom of the hill. Found some feeding signs on a marula, from a few hours ago, and then we've been finding some dung. And all we got to work with at the moment is this grass that's been displaced. And if you have a look at it from this angle, you can see how squashed it is there. And it's got like a brightness to it. And it goes off in that direction. It doesn't move to the right, it goes off this way. So our objective is to see if we can maybe follow these elephants. So far, the dung we found has only been big, which is an indication this is probably a group of bulls, but we're not sure until we get a bit closer. Come on, have you got something? BK's fashioned himself a new stick, which he nearly left behind there. Talking about sticks, my stick's come a long way from yesterday. Long way. Still needs to do a bit of straightening and sanding off all of these edges here to make it nice, but got a nice handle. So far, I'm quite happy with it. But come along. We're going to talk to you about elephants in this environment, what they feed on, see if we can trail them. Maybe we'll find them. I have a strong inkling that we might, because they're slowly feeding. They've come from, most likely, in Ndlovu Dam, having drunk. They're going to feed. So we should catch up with them. So maybe when you come back to us, we'll have found them, or they'll just detail the way.
Yes, welcome back. Just really sitting with the Nkurumas as they are all resting. I'm really enjoying a little bit of the cloudy weather that we do have at this point in time. So cute that the one is almost hugging the other one there. Oh, that leg, that front leg's always very much just touchy family situation where they have to kind of make sure that they're touching each other all the time and keeping that bond very strong. And no matter what, you can see running on top of him. So of course, that looks like the young female, or the male is turned there, but it's a female that is, the one's got its leg on top of her tummy, and her brother's got his head practically on top of her head. Very cute. Very sweet. It's a nice close bond, eh? And sister and brother. I just love their social ways. Oh, hello, boy. What do you hear? What did you hear?
I have just arrived at Treehouse Dam, and it looks as though Mr. Hippo is quite happily moving around the dam, quite active, and I think it's because of the overcast weather. We had to leave the den site. Swazi had not moved from the pathway. We could see there was no activity there, and there was some commotion coming from this area earlier on, so we thought quickly come and check Treehouse Dam. Since Swazi is in such a deep sleep, we can always go back and check a little bit later when she's out of her meat coma. But it's quite interesting. As soon as we pulled up onto the dam wall, the hippo kind of did this little bounce in the water towards us. Tiny little explosion of water behind him. And now he's relaxed and he's looking the other way again. It's almost as though he's checking towards the opposite banks. Because in this kind of weather, predators are more active. There were reports of tracks of a leopard close to the little Gowrie main entrance coming into Djuma, so that's very close to where we are. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's predators moving around. Even some of the hyenas that were at Gowrie Dam last night might be moving around if they haven't had as much to eat as Swazi. I feel like if you are shaped like Swazi today, you're probably going to be sleeping it off. Oh, wow. That's the first time I've seen a heron up that tree. Well spotted, Owen. Green-backed heron. I know Cedric had one hunting here this morning. Maybe it's the same one. Oh, it's being mobbed. This is a first for me. I've never seen a green-backed heron mobbed before. Lost its nerve quite quickly, I'd say. Moved off in the direction of Gowrie Dam, so maybe it's going to pop up on dam cam just now. Well spotted, Owen. That was brilliant. First time for everything, everyone. My exciting moment of the day. So I'm very excited for our Easter egg hunt on Sunday. I feel like I'm going to need quite a bit of help. Let's see how it goes. Pauline, yes, it has been recorded a few times that a hippo like this big male would intervene or interfere if there is some form of confrontation, whether it's predator and prey, or even things like elephants and buffaloes or elephants and rhinos at the edge of the water. And that's because hippos are quite fiercely territorial. So this male is going to hold on to this water source as long as he can, and any disturbance near it kind of upsets him. So there have been recorded cases of hippos biting crocodiles in half, even as crocodiles take prey off the banks, or biting carcasses that are, something being taken down by lions on the edge, and even getting really upset with rhinos and elephants if they're having interactions on the bank, or even if they're just coming down to drink. So it's not unheard of for a hippo to intervene or interfere. It's not out of the human emotions that we would have, oh my goodness, shame, let me save it, let me try and help. It's not necessarily that, it's just don't cause a disturbance in my home, that's not cool. So that's the kind of mindset behind it. It's just a territorial thing, and it's wanting to keep itself safe and dominant kind of thing. That's how the animal kingdom works, more than sympathy and empathy would. Elephants, however, are quite emotional. Elephants have quite large emotional centers of the brain, very similar to humans in comparison to the size of the rest of the brain. So they might do something out of worry. He is not interested in turning this way today. Our lapwing family has been around. I saw 2 chicks. Was it yesterday? Yesterday or this morning? I think it was it was yesterday. I saw 2 chicks. So they're definitely both still here. The third one, I think, ceased to exist a little while ago, a few weeks ago already. It does seem like the chicks are venturing further and further away from the adults, and that's good because they're very close to fledging at this point. But also the adults are not chirping as much as they used to, so getting much less protective and letting them adventure a lot more. Lovely to see. But I'm going to stick around here for a few more minutes and just see if we can work out where the commotion was coming from. And I'll send you back over to Cedric with the nkuhumas.
Yes, welcome. Oh, that is, I love that, those little two chicks. I think they are definitely becoming way adventurous. I think it was yesterday, the day before, I saw them on the other side of the dam by themselves. And of course, the adults just overlooking them, or making sure that they are safe. But it is very nice. Hopefully, Tess can pick up on something that's been causing quite a commotion that side. But yeah, we're still sitting with the nkuhumas, really enjoying it. Really just enjoying the presence. Always love sitting with the pride, especially the pride that you know so well. I mean, I know Purple Eye from many, many years. I think I saw her when she was almost practically a cub herself. So, but I can't see her. Unfortunately, she is lying in a very thick grass. I can just see her ear or a head of hers. But yeah, nice to have good times with these characters and these prides and the characters around that Djuma. And just to relive the moments again, almost. But yeah, I think looking at the males' territories, they are quite large. If you think some of the areas, sometimes you'll find it depends on how big the coalition is. So of course, like these 4 young males, they might not be direct. I think 2 of them might be direct brothers. Others could be, I think, they're half brothers. A couple of different ages there. Not heavy, not a big difference between them. The ages, of course, maybe about a couple of months. 4 months around there, but they will stick together forever. Even if they are half brothers, you must remember that they all pretty much got the same genes, so they come from the same pride of females, so they all very much family orientated, and then of course they come from the voca males, which they carry also the same genes. So of course they'll find these 4 males and end up traveling and having 4 males, you're looking at maybe a good 25 square kilometer. Could be like that. Sometimes I've seen males having that large territories. And in those male territories, you'll maybe find 2 or 3 female prides territories. It all depends how big the coalition is. I mean, like the Ottawa male that used to be down there in the southwestern corner of the Sabi Sands. He was a lonely male, beautiful male, but because he was by himself, he only really had one pride called the Mangeni pride, and unfortunately didn't have any other backing or any other brothers to really back him up when it came to looking after other prides and looking after the territory. But it's a clear sign that the big boys, they hardly ever hang around with your prides. They do their own thing. They also on their own do their own territorial marking and patrolling. And yes, if I'm looking at the stats with lion kills coming from females to males. Well, I think in my career I've seen a few lion kills, and I think it worked out. It's maybe more male kills that I've seen than actually female prides killing something. So it just shows you. Well, that's my personal experience that I've had. So it all depends, being at the right place at the right time. Maybe being with females that they've killed more. But if you look in general, I think the whole idea is that males do hunt. So it's not just the females that do hunt. If the male is with the females, of course, if the dominant boy is with the females, then you'll find the females will instigate the hunting. And if they do need his power and his weight of around about 200 kilograms, he would come and play part in the hunt itself to bring that animal down. luckily there was no Easter egg placed here between this pride. It would have been very interesting if that was the case, and one of the clues brought us to the middle of a pride. And yeah, I would give that egg a skip.
Welcome back. It's not always as easy as you think, following elephants through the long grass. I've yet to actually find a track. All we've had is disturbed grass and some feeding, some dung, and then just like that they can turn on you. It's when they call the taxi driver, they get to pick up. So we're just looping back again. Oh, Brabike, look what we have here. Oh, haven't found one of these since I've been here. Dwarf sage. Very aromatic, to prevent animals wanting to eat it. Oh, but the smell is one of my favorites. Absolutely sensational. There it is. Doesn't look like much. But we are gifted, thankfully, with not only the ability to see and to hear, but to smell. And these leaves attach to the stem in a very strange manner. You see, it's like the leaf actually grows on the stem and up the stem. Lots of photosynthetic potential. And you never see anything eating this. I've seen elephants moving it around a bit, but don't really find any feeding signs on the plant. And that's what the aromatic nature is all about. Only humans are the ones who use plants that are very aromatic for their medicinal properties. Most animals, though, for the most part, leave them alone.
I am on a little bit of a tracking adventure. I have a feeling about a leopard. I don't know why, but I have a feeling about Weaver's Nest, Twin Dams Road, this area along Gowrie Main. So I'm checking, and so far there are quite a few hyena tracks. Quite a few, but tracking is quite tough today. This is a pretty good spot to show it because we're on the sandiest patch of the road. Now this is an easier section than the road that I'm currently driving, which is Weaver's Nest. But because of the overcast weather, what we ideally need for tracking is an angle of sun that causes a shadow over the track. With it being overcast, everything looks the same. So I've got to drive super slowly. I'm checking very carefully for leopard tracks. And so far, I'm seeing hyena tracks. But have a look at that. All you can kind of see is a tire track. In reality, on top of that tire track that you are seeing right now, there are at least 3 different hyena tracks. But you can't see it from this angle. It is so tough to tell because of the light. So this is why tracking can sometimes take a little bit of time, but it's also what makes it interesting, and it really tests our skills. So it's a lot of fun for us. And there you can see a midden. Looks like possibly impalas that have been defecating there as part of territory marking, but maybe just a few random ones that ended up going to the bathroom in the same place. But these are the kinds of things that we are really ultimately looking for. And I was hoping that I might find a fresh leopard track on top of the hyena tracks. But I am going to keep trying. So I'm going to go down Gowrie Main towards Twin Dams. See if I can find anything along there. Now, I know I chatted to the lovely people that called in Tlalamba yesterday, crossing over Cheetah Cut Line. As it turns out, it was actually Lunga, not Tlalamba. They sent me a picture. It was actually Lunga that was coming in. So that's nice to know that she is still around in this area. And apparently Maribs has been around as well. And they called in tracks of a leopard this morning close to the Little Gowrie main entrance, which is just further west behind me. But I wanted to check this area first. So I'm going to be checking quite slowly for these leopard tracks. Hopefully I'll find them. I'm going to check Twin Dams. Crossed fingers. In the meantime, though, Cedric has some cats. So let's go have a look at them.
Yes, I'm definitely crossing fingers, toes, legs, arms. Yeah, what else can we cross here? Yeah, God, I don't know what else say, but definitely for some rosettes for the afternoon. These elusive cats, sure, they've definitely eluded us for the last few days. But yeah, as I say, never know. There's old thumbs there. But yeah, the Nkuhumas are still really much resting. Not much changes, as they really get much more active once it gets cooler. But there is quite a bit of cloud, so I think that the evening is going to get cooler much quicker. I can actually even feel it now. The temperature is dropping, so due to not much sun that's been out. So I think we will be hopefully a little bit more fortunate later that get these lines up and going, and well, we're not too far from quarantine, and you know, quarantine houses a lot of nice general game that side. So a couple of wildebeest, impala, sometimes kudu. So maybe there might be something up that side. I'm actually hoping they'll end up going into that direction. I actually haven't seen a good old lion kill for a while. I think it's about time for them to have food. Dark Main, Lynn, good afternoon. What happened to Dark Main? Thank you for that question. The last thing, Lynn, I don't know about Dark Main. Maybe somebody will know more. I've got an update on Dark Main being further south in the Sabi Sand towards Sabi area, southern side of Londolozi, that area, so quite far south. That's the last update I've got, so I might be wrong. They might have changed that update and maybe it didn't move again, but yeah, that was the last update I've heard. I mean, I think the last time the three evokers were seen together were around about, I think they said about 2019. That's the last time they were seen together. That is concerning to me, especially with the coalition. I mean, that's almost 3 years. I'm not too sure when in 2019, but yeah, that's practically almost 3 years. So, yeah, some things don't make sense. You think of especially male lions sticking together, maybe due to reasons of were they really blood related, genetic wise. Maybe they were, well, most of the time they are, but sometimes not. Now you'll take, I remember many years ago we had the Styx male and the Nkuhuma male. And Styx and Nkuhumas do not have any genetic, they're not genetic at all alike. That's two different separate prides. It's not like the Telematis and the Nkuhumas. That Telematis is a breakaway from Nkuhumas. So genetics, that could be still the same. But Styx and Nkuhumas were not. Yes, they did come from the same coalition of males, and those males were the Majingalans. So with the Majingalan's genes and different female pride genes, the two young males joined up as a coalition because there were one male from Nkuma, one from the Sticks. When they were very young, they got kicked out practically almost at the same time, and they actually ended up as a coalition. So different genes there, which is very interesting. So that can happen. It does happen. It's not the first time I've heard of it. I think recently as well. I think something else, the two different males from different prides, like young boys, just because they've been alone, they actually also kind of formed a coalition together. So that can happen where they do that. But maybe that's why Dark Mane has moved so far south and didn't come back this side again. I'm not too 100% on the Voca male's genetic line, quite deep into that. I know that I know where the Majingis and the Mapokos, those lines, but Voca's not too much. So maybe somebody can enlighten me there if they've got any other facts about the Vocas and why they have not been together like this for such a long time. It would be very interesting. I know sometimes if the coalition is too big, they would split up. Porkos was 6, so 4 was in the western sector, and 2 came up to the northern area. Of course, King Gital and Mr. T came up to the northern area. And of course, they still called each other, and they were brothers and half-brothers, but definitely same genes. Because, of course, when King Gital was killed by the Majingis, Mr. T did go back all the way to the western sector, to the 4 males, or the remaining of the Mapokos, and ended up with him that side. And they didn't have an issue with him coming in there, so it just shows you they can split up like that, but they'll still call and territorial calling, and it's even better if they do split up like that, like 2 and 4, because then you can actually have a little bit of a wider area to spread your genes. But let's head to Steve in Pridelands. I think he's busy tracking some animal.
Thanks, Cedric. Well, we picked up on the elephant tracks for a while and did a big loop in the block. Busy feeding, and they got picked up by something. So we've just gone back on the tracks. We're going to follow them the other way. But right now, we've got a beautiful tree in flower. One of the resins of Ozaroa species. I can't remember the last time I saw one in flower like this. Got a bit of a sweet smell to it. Identification feature of these resins is a very veiny leaf structure. You see on the leaves how many veins there are, running from the middle of the leaf all the way out. Quite rough. I'm not sure if I heard the thunder there on elephant's tummy. Sometimes difficult with an earpiece in my ear. Oh, might be a vehicle too. Okay, so we're going to carry on. We can pick up on these tracks heading in the opposite direction. They were in the block feeding, and so they were doing one of this, and then next thing, they all just disappeared. So picked up on at least a few individuals. I'm guessing still it's that group of boys. Chef Ben, how far can an elephant pick up a scent? It all depends on the wind direction. If the wind is blowing towards us, they'll have no idea from a point of view, from a smell point of view. then they might have more hearing. Their sight is not as good, but definitely whenever walking, it's important to be very aware of the wind, especially with breeding herds, because they respond quite quickly to the smell of humans on foot. So just doing a loop around, see if we can get some fresh tracks of them heading the other direction. It always amazes me how such big animals can just vanish. Nice to put your thinking cap on, start embodying an elephant. What would the elephant be wanting to do now? Moving this tree to that tree, feeding. And by doing so, you follow the animal and you find the tracks, you find the dung, and you find the trees that it's been feeding on. It's a really nice passive way of seeing what food and what trees specifically elephants are targeting.
That's the way I believe exactly what Steve says as well there. Sometimes tracking an animal, you've got to put yourself inside of their head and it's like, okay, now, is it hot? Where am I going? Why am I going there? What am I looking for? And just to kind of, almost like kind of predict what they're trying to think there, but it's difficult. Of course, you can't. Animals, and us, we can't put our minds the same, but it's always a good way for tracking. It's nice, especially when you do find something and you've got one step ahead of that animal. I did love that black behind the ears as well. Real darkness, it's a nice like contrast to the tawny color of their coat. And of course that tail of theirs as well, right? Really black tips and toughy tails. And you can see why it's easy for them to really follow each other around, but that's for their eyesight, to really pinpoint each other's location, especially when you're going hunting. But yeah, it's beautiful. Boom. Let's see.
I don't know why I've had such good luck with as you leave me and as you come to me, but as you left me earlier to go to Cedric, I found leopard tracks. They cut off on Gurry Main, north into Djuma onto the firebreak. Now you've just come to me and I've just found the leopard tracks going towards Twin Dams on the firebreak. So I'm going to turn around and follow those. That sounds like a good idea. It's very fresh tracks of a male leopard. Who could it be? Shasha Maribs? Who knows? But I'm very excited. It would be so good to find a leopard at Twin Dams. Ooh. Imagine, I'm just imagining us coming around the corner and there's Maribs or Shasha lying in the tree waiting for us. The tracks are on the left-hand side of the road. The ground is really hard here, so it's quite tough to tell. But I'm excited. Beamer Smith, I've tried. I've really tried. But to show you, I'm going to put Wendy's lights on. So Wendy's lights are currently on. It makes no difference. Unfortunately, it's so bright during the day. As powerful as the spotlight is, I can tell you when you look at it, it is very powerful. But the spotlight is on, spotlight is off, spotlight is on, spotlight is off. Unfortunately, it doesn't make enough of a difference. What would be handy is if we had like a really low bar that was just above the tires down to the ground, and we could light that up with like a long distance stream. But no, instead we just have to use our skills, which sometimes can be very rusty, but it's okay. We like it anyway. We enjoy it. We have fun. It's also a really rewarding feeling when you've had a tough time tracking and then all of a sudden you do actually find something because you've been working hard. Hello, butterfly. Oh, I can't see what it is. I think that's a bush willow fruit. Oh, where did it go? Well spotted, Owen, but it seems the butterfly is not very camera ready today. That's okay though. What did you find? Nothing, just a termite mound. So considering there are so many termite mounds and trees here, I was hoping that we might find maribs or shasha up on one of them, but you never know. If the tracks are going back towards Twin Dams, then I'm going back towards Twin Dams, because I don't see tracks on top of these tracks coming west. The tracks are fresh and going east. So I'm guessing Twin Dams, Mulawati, maybe a bit further north, maybe even further east to Ledwood Road, back towards Chitwa. Who knows? But let's go and have a look. I don't want to wait too long. I'm just going to slowly amble down. There's a beautiful Balanites tree or a torchwood tree at the bottom of the fire break here. So I'm just going to amble down slowly and see if there might be any more tracks there. I've just turned onto the fire break from here, so I haven't really done a lot of the stretch. It's maybe a 70-meter stretch of the fire break that I've actually done, and we found the tracks crossing up from here. Alright, let's see what we can find. While I am on my own mystery search to figure out which male leopard left these gorgeous tracks, I'm going to send you over to Cedric, who's busy puzzling at the moment. So it seems both of us are in a bit of a situation to see whether he should stay with the lions or not.
Yes, you can do it, Tess, you can do it. Well, we're still sitting out in Nkumas. As you can see, still very flat at the moment. They'll only really get moving later once it gets cooler. And of course the sun, well, not the sun, but once it starts becoming a little bit darker, I think these Nkumas will start moving. So I'm going to ask all the viewers out there, should we stay for a little bit longer, or should we go and try and come back later? Yeah, so if you want to answer on that, please go on to #WildEarth on our Twitter social media page and send your answer in there and let us know. I'm really holding thumbs that Tess can get that leopard. Hopefully my rips. I know he was in Little Gowrie for the last few days, not too far south of Gowrie, Main. So hopefully it was him that crossed in during the day or this morning. Or even December. Oh, December. Yeah, it's another nice, beautiful male leopard that's really coming to age now, which is fantastic. Lovely, lovely to see. Chef Ben, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on our sunset safari on Wild Earth. Wood lions hunt other predators. Not as a food source, but as a competition. So I have seen lions a couple of times killing other predators, hyenas, leopards, but of course not kind of going out of their way hunting them, for food. Or rather, if they do see a leopard in the area, or if the hyena is getting too close to especially male lions, you'll find that all of a sudden they would react to that, and will try and eliminate that individual for them. But it's just typical predator competition, because they're all really going for the same food source. So the lions just do not want to have any competition for that. But it's a very rare occasion. It doesn't happen often. It's one of those things, of course, a leopard is very agile, and so they can really move off very quickly and pick up on the scent of lions around. But I have seen it before where lions have attacked a leopard and killed a leopard, as one of Tandi's youngsters, or Wabahiza, many years ago with a Styx Pride. Fortunately, Wabahiza tried to get away from that Styx Pride, and he ran into a little bit of a corner for himself. He climbed a tree, and as he climbed the tree, fortunately one of the female lionesses kind of ankle tapped him out of the tree, and he came to the ground, and of course the other lionesses were waiting there, and they killed him. But they didn't eat him, they just killed him. So yeah, they don't really go for any hunts for, or they don't go hunt any predators around here. It's just by chance and unfortunate events that those things do happen. Those are many of the male lions. All right. Well, we're going to just slowly make our way out of here. I think what I most want to do, I also want to just search around the area a little bit more. And I think what we'll try and do, we'll come back here a little bit later once these lions become a little bit more active. Hopefully we can get some action. No guarantee, because sometimes we could get back here and they could have been, they could have disappeared into further vegetation, or we never know. But we will definitely come and pop our nose in here later. I think let's try and see if we can find something else and exciting around here on Djuma Private Game Reserve. I think that'll be a good idea. Goody gumdrops. Thank you very much for the votes, everybody. Just want to see if everybody's on the same page, or most of us at least. Cool. I turned my key and Rusty just didn't even want to turn on there. What was that? Anyway, let's head back to Tess and see if she's got any luck on her side.
I have some spots, and they're on a nyala. Little unconventional. Well, it's not very often we get a beautiful, clear view of a nyala bull, and we are being spoiled today. It's not even just this one. There are actually two together. And I've just dropped into the Mulawati riverbed. So this is the open area just next to the actual drainage line. And it seems like this is the place to be. Now, the grass is exceptionally long, so don't be fooled by the fact that you can only see this male's back and his chest. He is over 1 meter tall, so this grass would take me almost up to my hips. We have one walking closer. He's done a very interesting thing. Have a look at the mane on his back. Little white stretches. He's lifted his mane up. With two males in the same area, lifting the mane makes him look bigger and stronger as he's getting closer to the other male. They are feeding, so they're distracted. They're not actively being territorial and fighting at the moment, but they are warning each other. Compare his mane to the mane of the other nyala, which you can see is very white, but it's flat against its back, especially towards the tail end. It's not actively raised up. So it seems as though these two might be in a little bit of a competition. Makes me think of the Nyala dance that James Henry did once upon a time. That males do when they circle each other. Oh, Jean, what a moment for celebration. Funny, and Nyala is my favorite antelope as well. The coat colors, the way they walk, everything is just so elegant, but so powerful. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. You know what I particularly like on this one? I think he's the first Nyala bull that I've seen that his stripes extend into his mane. Every other Nyala I've ever seen, including the other one here, the whole mane is white. Look at that, you can see it from a distance, his whole mane is white. This one's got stripes. Look at that. I wonder why. Oh, big muscles, big horns. Grace and power all in one. Similar to the reasons why I like leopards. Elegance and power in one. Now, I have never ever before noticed that mane pattern. Look at that, you can see the stripes from a distance. They don't quite correlate with the stripes on his back, almost, but not quite. In some places they don't match up. That is fascinating. Definitely looks like a younger male than the other one. His coat is more perfect, but also his horns are lacking that very white tip at the top. So they're possibly still growing, although it looks like one might be broken. This one closest there on the right. Or they're just growing. No, I think they're growing. Although they're a little tricky. Just watch them as they're moving. They're edging closer and closer towards the actual sandy part of the drainage. Let's watch and listen, because they're also sneaking closer to each other every now and then. I love those red socks. Bless you, Owen. Luckily the Nyala didn't get a fright. Just based on the dynamics of these two, I would think that that male, being younger and slightly smaller, he's got his mane up because the bigger male's trying to push him out. Nature chick, unfortunately we don't find Sabi here. I've hardly seen Sabi in these kinds of regions. It's not really the right habitat for them. Here we have the more grassland, woodland, and a little bit of forest or riverine. Sabi would need probably more open areas. They're not a very common antelope to see in general. Beautiful though, I love the shape of their horns, it's similar to a heart. Those muscles moving on his shoulders, he is massive. He must weigh well in excess of 100 kilograms. Heavier than me, much heavier than me. very possibly one of the coolest things about Nyalas is the way they walk. So I want you to have a look as they start moving again. They've got very weirdly disproportionately small hooves compared to their body size. It helps them stay quiet. They look like they're walking on tiptoes all the time, which I suppose in essence they are. Hooves are modified nails. And the toes are right in front of them. But they walk very strangely. They kind of almost put their back foot exactly where their front foot was. They walk on their tiptoes as they're going. See how he moves. See how he's putting his back foot exactly where his front foot was, right on the tip of it. Fascinating. While this male is actually edging closer, which I have not had with Nyala before, another new experience, let's just have a listen and just watch him. He is absolutely gorgeous, and the closer he gets, the more details you can see, whether it's the color in between the shapes of his horns or just the muscles and the hairs on his body. Something. Powerful nostrils. You can smell the leopard we've been tracking. Or he's smelling something he's not happy with. Very alert all of a sudden. I'm assessing what's happening. I think he can smell that leopard.
Welcome back. I'm just coming down Zoe's. I do have a lot of wildebeest tracks up and down here. And I also had some buffalo tracks as well, but it looked like maybe one or two male buffaloes that did come down the side. I'm just trying to maybe see if we are lucky here and see which way these tracks do go. We're on Zoe's Philemon's Cutline Junction. And looks like a lot of the wildebeest tracks are going back that side. And I think these tracks came all the way down Zoe's. I wonder if they're not the same ones that were on quarantine last night and this morning, maybe due to the lion activity that came through. These wildebeest decided to move to another clearing somewhere else. But just taking a look here, and I don't see there. But if not, what? I thought maybe we'd pick up on tracks of what's his name, Shidulu, but I didn't see anything on Shidulu side. I don't know why is these birds complaining. Oh, don't go in that tree there now. It's just gone off. Sorry, this is one of the starlings. So here's another one. Yeah, another beautiful Cape Glossy starling. It's really much sitting in front of us. Beautiful, that orange eye. And that's an absolutely aggressive color that really comes through, that beautiful green. But bye-bye. No, I think there's another one on that side there. I don't know, it's so busy going crazy. Oh, there's a whole lot that's just decided. Really, it's one of our most common starlings around here, and especially in the Greater Kruger Park itself. Many times you go to the camps and all that. Oh, no, that's not. So I'm taking my binocs out here. Oh, that one has just gone into the thickets there. Yeah, you'll find a lot of them. Because there was the birchals that just flew that side. So there's the birchals that went into the one. Those are Cape Glossies that's flying away. Sorry about that. Just wanted to say, the noise wasn't right. But yeah, very common starlings around. You go to all the camps in the Kruger Park. And greater blue-eared, birchal starlings, and your Cape Glossy. Cape Glossy starling to me is one of the prettiest ones because it just seems like the sun bounces off them a little bit better compared to the other starlings. Well, that's to me. And it's also got that beautiful, really orange eye. That's really stunning. Quite a contrast to the color of the starling itself. All right, I'm coming up onto Gowrie Main. Oscar, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Yes, some of the starlings do differ. You'll look like a violet-back starling. The females are really much different to the male starling. So more of a dull color, where the male's got that beautiful purple and the white breast in it. But the Cape Glossy starling, very much the same, and the birchals, exactly the same as well, male and female. Thank you very much for joining us on our safari this afternoon. And keep the questions coming. It'll be fantastic. Keep us on our toes. I actually haven't seen a violet-back starling for quite some time. That's one of the prettiest starlings I've also seen around. It's just that because of that purple or the violet color itself. I didn't see it this summer. I'm just going to head a little bit to this side. I just want to see I did get also the reports. I know that Tess said that there was leopard tracks coming north from Little Gowrie driveway side towards Shubamu Road. Because it is now getting much cooler, it's not a hot day. I feel maybe it will be a little bit luckier with predators moving around at this time, especially your leopards, due to the temperature. I think it wasn't far, yeah. I think it wasn't far from this side, yeah. There was one of these trees, and I think it's this dead tree that's coming to my right. If I'm not mistaken, this is where we found Tingana with an aardvark kill. This when this tree used to be alive. Of course, it's a marula tree that's dead now. But I think it was about in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, 2013, 2014. I can't remember. 2014, sorry. We found Tingana with an aardvark kill. It's like one of the only aardvarks I've ever seen. I've seen one live one recently, but it was also a very quick glimpse. But in 2014, we came down the road, coming back to the lodge, and it was up in the tree was an aardvark, and of course Tingana sitting on it and busy eating. I was very sad. Well, I said, saw an aardvark, but yeah, not a live one at that time. But Tingana was a specialist at that. Well, Tingana was, I remember like many times you find Tingana waiting on the termite mounds and waiting for warthogs or something coming out. And we'd find him in the morning sitting on a warthog mound, knowing that there's water. You can see the dust coming out of the hole inside the mound itself. And then all of a sudden, we see him there on top, waiting. End of drive that morning, still hasn't moved, still waiting on top. We go there that afternoon, and we still find Tingana on top of that same termite mound, still waiting for the warthog. I think he just knew, and he just had patience. And I think at one time stage, it seemed like he was specializing in warthogs, or anything that was inside of a termite mound itself. Anyway, let's head back to Tess and see what she's got at Twin Dams. The Twin Dams.
Hoping for the best indeed. I have just arrived back on Twin Dams Wall. I had the Nyala kind of smelling something in the air. The wind is blowing from here down into the Milawati where we had the Nyala. And I don't have a single track crossing the Milawati or Gary Main. So either, whichever male leopard this is, has gone further north, maybe towards Spaghetti Junction on Twin Dams Road, or it's somewhere in the block between here, Ribbon's Old Den Sites, Weaver's Nest, Elephant Carcass. So I'm going to have to change my tactic a little bit. But what I wanted to do before then is just kind of relax here for a little bit, listen, because, oh, hello, Starling. Cedric would be happy. Starlings all round today. Because we've been hearing one or two things, I heard some alarm calling in the drainage line just now. I heard from Oxpeckers and from Franklin's. So I just want to give it another minute to listen while we watch the starling. And just see if we can possibly pick up on anything. More puzzle pieces to add. I haven't seen a leopard since I've been back. I'm starting to wonder if I remember what they look like. All spotted Ern. Ern has very sharp eyes for very small things. Insects and birds especially. Now this is actually quite a fun challenge for the viewers. I think this will be a good one. Let's see if you can identify what this little insect is. Quite water-based, similar looking to a dragonfly. Let's see if you can figure it out. I will be waiting for some answers. Most important thing to note is the very distinct black bar on the wings. I'm hoping it's going to fly again, because when it flies you can really see those black bars nicely. The black bars are not just on the forewings, they're on the hind wings as well. So it's got 4 clear wings, and each wing has the little black bar. Find it in the book for you so long. just heard some more alarm calling. Okay, I'm just going to listen again for a little bit while I find the insect in the book for you. Gorgeous.
Mating.
They are mating. That is amazing. Benjamin, you think it's a damselfly? And white mane, you think it's a double-banded groundling. I agree with white mane today. It's a banded groundling. That is what I would say. From the way that they've been flying around, 4 wings, very distinct black barring on the wing, and quite small. Well done. So I want to show you the distribution, actually, more than anything, of the banded groundling. On the bonnet. Let me turn in my seat. So the distribution is actually quite limited of the banded groundling, and that's what I wanted to show you because it's quite a special insect for us to see. It's the top one. Oh, and I don't know if you can get any closer. There we go. So it is quite a different distribution. The area that we're in is that very right-hand side where it just loops back around in the shape of a boot. So that's the section that we're in. And these we do not find where I am from. And so that's why I've always loved them, because I am from the very, very southern section of South Africa on the coastline. Really beautiful insect if you want to see a close-up of it sitting still. That's what it looks like. Those very heavy black bands on the wing is what you're looking for. Very well done, white mane. Thank you so much for such quick answers. I'm so impressed. So impressed. Thank you. Alright, I'm going to listen for another minute and just see if there's any more alarm calling. Hopefully we capture it. Alright, let's have a little listen while we're here. I quickly need to chat on the radio. Go ahead.
Hey, Djuma, station copy.
Go ahead. I've run out of signal on the radio. Station, looking for a Djuma station. Go ahead. Even see that far, Owen. What are those? Two little insects. Very possibly almost look like insect shells or exoskeletons. So many insects out today. So I don't know if you can hear it. I'm going to point it out quickly. It sounds like a spishing sound. Psh, 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 psh. Quite far in the distance. I'm hoping you can hear it. It's actually coming from baboon pan. Those are cisticolas. Alarm calling. Have a quick listen. Maybe you'll hear them. I'm wondering if this leopard is hanging around here. It certainly seems like it.
Welcome back, everybody, and well, we tracked and we trailed. We were successful in finding some big jumbos, but unfortunately the area that we tracked them into just wasn't suitable for us to broadcast. We even had BK up in the tree. It's a perfect position to be in. BK is monkeying around for a chance, but just so that you believe us, we've got some proof on the floor. There's some very fresh elephant activity here. We managed to climb back up the hill. You can see it's very, very fresh. If I break it open, it's actually still warm inside. It takes about 45 minutes or so, depending on the ambient temperature, for elephant dung to cool down. If the outside is still warm, it's just cooling off, then you know it's just dropped out of the bottom. But when it's very fresh, the color inside and outside is the same. You can see here it's already starting to oxidize a bit, and there's a number of insects already have been attracted to this dung. Their primary source of moisture. Many of them are laying eggs. There's lots of little flies, little wasps, and they're laying eggs and all sorts of things that are going to be breaking down this elephant dung. And just to assure you that this was a boy, here's when he has his poo. He urinated. You can just see a wet patch in the ground over here, and that is where obviously his hose pipe would have come down. Female would urinate right on top of or just in front of the dung. And you see the spider here, BK? There's a spider just in front of my stick. Might have to come around a bit. Ooh, there's another one over there.
This one?
One of these grass spiders. They look like they're actively hunting. Yeah, they're hunting the insects that have landed on the elephant dung. The one that's on this side is actually physically going at it. That one there, I think, is a little bit surprised by the amount of activity that's around. See him just over here. One of the little grass spiders. Christmas has come early for him. Now inside here is fermenting material. If I was desperate for moisture or for food, I could eat this. I could ingest this. I could get some liquid from it. I could squeeze it, drink the liquid. It's not something I'm going to do because I've got some fresh, clean water with me. But if I was in a state of emergency, I could most certainly do so. But like us, elephants need to drink quite regularly. And so if elephants are in the area, there's a very good chance that you could find water. Michael, this is an ecosystem on its own. And it's been dropped from the heavens. And the organisms that are in the area just go crazy. How they get you so quickly is really boggles the mind. How so many tiny little critters found this dung. It's all through the smell, pheromones and the chemicals let off. There's little earwig-like organisms, the spiders, all the beetles, the flies, the wasps. Smorgasbord of food. If you're an insect eater, the insects are there. If you're a seed eater, the seeds are there. If you like fermented foods, which is the craze these days, then that is there as well. Here is a seed. There's a seed of something. I'm not sure what. It hopes to find itself some purchase. But I'm just going to close this elephant pile up again. Look at all those flies going off of it there. Close it up so as not to disturb it too much. Leave it to do its thing. Close it up like a little parcel. Keep the warmth inside. And carry on and see if maybe we can find some other elephants. Because the ones we've got are a little bit too far and out of range for our signal. But Cedric has caught up with the Djuma clan. Let's go see what they're up to.
Yes, as you can see, we are at the other den site here now, just the furthest east one on Texans. And we got Ribbon and her two little cubs suckling from her. So that's what I thought. This morning, if anybody was watching this morning, we were happy or actually witnessing ribbon grabbing remains of some kill of some sort down there at Buffelshoek Dam, because we found wild dogs there this morning that just made a kill. They finished it up and they moved on, and of course ribbon came up there afterwards, and she picked up looked like a bone, or at first looked like an esophagus. It was this long thing, and then of course she grabbed it, and then she started walking and moving into this direction. And Buffelshoek Dam is not close. I mean, it's a nice little bit of a distance. And I thought to myself, well, she's definitely coming back to the den site to give that beautiful little present and a little bit of a meal to her 2 cubs. And she is. All nicely rested. She did definitely had a long morning. She had absolutely a huge tummy this morning. I think somebody still commented that she looked like she swallowed a beach ball. And I thought it was even maybe 2 beach balls. That's how big her tummy was this morning. But it looks like her tummy has subsided a little bit. But definitely those little ones have passed out on the milk bar itself. They have passed out. She's here now at the moment. I think I haven't seen Hart for a while. I don't know when last we actually seen Hart at this den site with her cub. The last time I saw Ribbon here was maybe 5 days ago. And of course I saw the two of Ribbon's cubs coming out, but Hart, the other female hyena, we did not see. We haven't seen Hart herself, but we did see her cub. But no, I haven't seen Hart for a while. Maybe for about a week. Maybe, I don't know if maybe Tess or somebody else has seen her, but she must be still around somewhere, I'm sure. I'm just happy that these little... I'm just happy for these little cubs to have at least a good suckle from Ribbon now. And just get that protein, that nutrients inside of them so they can really build up and become strong hyenas one day. Lily, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Wild Earth. Have I tried any of the milk of any of these animals? Oh, yeah. Lily, no, I can't think I have. I think the furthest I have gone is goat's milk, but that's normal. But definitely none of our wild animals, so nothing like elephants and hyenas and lions. I haven't tried any of that milk. I think I'll be a little bit scared if I had to try and gather some milk from a lion or a lactating leopard. That'll be a lot of fun. That'll be a lot of fun, and I think my fun will end very quickly and very sudden if I had to do that. But if anybody's got even a better, I'm going to say, animal that they actually drank milk from, please let me know. I would love to know. I would love to see what will be the weirdest animal that you did grab milk from. That would be very fun. I don't think goat is the furthest I've done now. Definitely goat is a cow. I'm actually, yes, actually with milk I'm boring. I'm actually just thinking I'm a little bit boring when it comes to milk, because I've only done cow and goat. Yeah. I think in the States you can actually do bison. I think you actually drink bison milk in the States. Buffalo. Hey, Ruben, what do you see? There's just birds that's roaming around here at the moment behind us. She's definitely very relaxed. I think those cubs are in La La Land at the moment. And La La Land is actually amazing because they're called La La. So in Shangaan means Lala Pans means lie down, sleep. I'm going to go Lala Pans. I'm going to go and sleep. Hello? What do you see? There's just a hornbill that's jumping around at the back. Yeah, don't worry. And, yeah, so I think those two cubs are definitely, I was saying, she's very patient with them. Okay. You get a little bit tired lying like that. That's so sweet, these two little cubs. Absolutely, especially the one right at the back. It's got its head pretty much like kind of locked in there between Ruben's back legs. Hey? Oh, no. It's not even moving. You can even see the tummy of that little one at the back. Eh? Look at it. It's nicely bloated, so she definitely, when she brought that big piece of leg back to the den site, ideal little bit of food for them, like solids, not just milk.
I don't really know why we're talking about what milks we've had to drink and what we want to get milk from, but it's a very fascinating conversation, so I'd love to hear some of those answers as well, please. But before I even get into that, we have got a lovely little bird in the tree, and it's probably one of the first times I've managed to get one that actually sits still for long enough that we can show you. And I'd love to do a little bird ID challenge, because this family can be quite complicated to identify. I will give you a hint. It is the Cisticola family, but which one is it? Let's see if we get any answers. Now, we're having a very in-depth grooming session at the moment. There were in fact two. Now it's just this one that seems to be watching us. Ah, there's the other one. Thank you, Owen. It has come back. Both are preening. Oh, I think I've just seen a third just kind of bobbed around the back there. Now, we actually stopped here because we saw a long-billed crombec, which is a gorgeous little bird, a very short tail and a very long bill, hence the name long-billed crombec. And then all of a sudden, these little cisticolas came along. It makes me very happy to see them so relaxed. Now, things to look at, the red on the top of the head. Oh, that little call might have given it away. There you go, you can see the orange leg, the red on the head, a little bit of barring on the wings. These are the alarm calls I was talking about earlier. Very distinct way of making the call. Watch the tail, it bobs up and down. Denise, I agree. I wouldn't say I was never into birding, but I wasn't ever much good at birding. And then when I actually started getting into it and identifying all of the different birds and going through the motions of finding birds in different areas, it changed my life, honestly. You can see a little bit of movement there in the middle again. I'm not sure if it's the crombeck. Oh no, that one's the testicular. You can see one behind as well, just a little bit of movement. Viz Vanger, you are on the money. Well done. It is indeed a rattling testicular. And it's so cool to see them close up for long enough that we can show them to you. And I'm wondering from that reaction if that was a very big yawn, if it might be parents and a youngster begging for food. How beautiful is this little bird? Now, total size of this bird is tiny. It's only around 15 centimeters at its tallest. Goodness gracious, that is quite the movement. Maybe it heard the milk conversation. That movement, so when it kind of threw its head back, it looked like a yawn and it was shaking its beak. That is very typical of a fledgling begging for food from adults. And that would make sense because the laying dates are up until about March in South Africa. Interesting enough, in KwaZulu-Natal, the laying dates are a little bit different. They're from October to around January only because of the weather. Here it extends to about March. So if this is a fledgling, maybe the other two were adults. And it's still trying to beg for food. Just catch the movement through the back. There's some ants moving around. They look like matabele ants. There's definitely an adult behind it. Oh my goodness. A little family affair. That is absolutely adorable. What a special day. It's not often we get to see that, but it sounds like there are quite a few different family affairs happening. So I'm going to stick with my family's testiculars, and I'm going to send you to a family of hyenas with Cedric and Ribbon.
Yes, nice. Those rattling testiculars are amazing. It's amazing how quick they are from tree to tree and how quick they fly off. But yes, definitely my family is still very much in low gear and not planning anything. The two cubs are very much content with what they're getting, and mom is also at home. I think they're very happy. It's a very nice little family affair. I did hear, while we were sitting here now, I did hear those other little cubs coming from that other den site where Swazi, because Swazi is there, but we didn't see any of the cubs around there. She was like lying a little bit away from that den site, and when I went past there was nothing, but when I was sitting here, I just heard those little cubs complaining. So we'll, once I'm finished here, and turn around, and maybe I'll just go ahead around to the other den sites in the next
What's the update just this afternoon?
a few minutes, and just to see what's happening at that site again. But you can see there's a little bit of mud on her body, on her belly. Of course, that's from this morning, because she and also on her face itself. You can see that she did have a little bit of a bath, a little bit of a mud bath around Buffelshoek Dam when she moved around there after those wild dogs left. She did enjoy a little bit of a cooling down, and she looked like she was just having a bit of a snack there. I think she has picked up on a little bit of remains from that kill. She hasn't devoured it, but eventually what we made out, that piece of meat, or thought it was an esophagus that she was bringing back from Buffelshoek Dam back to the den site. I really thought it was esophagus, but when we went past her again while she was moving into the bush, Odie and myself just looked carefully and we just made sure what it was, and it was actually the leg, of course, of the animal. I couldn't see because the skin was ripped off already, of course, by the wild dogs. But of course, that's what she brought back for the 2 cubs. Oh, gee. She's like, no, hold on. That little one wants to really get in there. You're enjoying it. Yeah, baby hyena, your name just goes with the moment. Yes, thank you very much for the comment. These little cubbies are really growing into little hyenas now, as you can call them, with the little spots coming through and just the way they look. Oh, don't go for my wires again. Please leave Rusty's wires alone. Rusty did not do anything to you. I know last time they went under the vehicle and they kind of ripped a couple of the wires out from underneath the vehicle, underneath Rusty. And we lost my dials, and my fuel gauge didn't work, and nothing was working. So, yeah, I'm just going to double check this time. Luckily, I actually put those wires away and tucked them away, but you never know. There we go. You got a better plan, little one. Rather just go and enjoy the milk bar. That little cub's face as well. It's definitely a happy face. Joy, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us from Hong Kong. You say water buffalo. Water buffalo milk is amazing. Wow, fantastic. I'll definitely have to give it a try, Joy. Definitely. Unfortunately, we do not have many water buffaloes around here at all. We've got the Cape buffalo, but I'm sure it will be the same. If you think of the water buffalo, Cape buffalo, maybe the bison. I'm sure the people in America, in the States, would drink a bison milk. But water buffalo, I wonder how much. Maybe even I think buffalo milk must be very rich. I think it'll be quite rich. I think definitely richer than normal cow's milk. Oh, she keeps on looking back that way. I'm just going to enjoy a little bit of silence and just enjoy the noises around you. Maybe the little ones will make a noise for us as well.
Welcome back live to Pridens, everyone, where we found a dead snake. If you don't like snakes, apologies. This one is dead, though. He is posing beautifully on BK's newly acquired stick. I'm not sure how it died. We found it in the road, on the pathway, so maybe it got squashed. But this is the striped-bellied sand snake. Got quite characteristic striping on the body. If I move the body to the side, you'll see on the body there's all those yellow stripes. And there's some spots underneath on the chin. This is probably the fastest snake you come across. They're incredibly quick. And when you do see them, it's just across the road and gone. They are venomous, but very mild to humans. They feed on lizards primarily, small little reptiles. You need to be quite quick to catch them. So their venom is obviously quite potent on smaller organisms, but on us it's very, very mild if they bite you at all. Very small mouth. They're not a very big individual. They do get better, but alas, he has succumbed to. He's very cool, though. Now get us in personal with these individuals, isn't it? Does that look big? It's okay. Nice big eyes for hunting. This is a diurnal snake, active during the daytime. Geckos, lizards, primary source of food. Alistair, thank you. It was actually BK who found it. I didn't even see this snake, so thanks, Beaks. Big situational awareness in the wilderness has come a very long way since the beginning, eh? BK and I have been working on and off together about 2.5 years. And it's lovely to be back on bushwalk again. BK and I haven't worked at Pridelands together, which I thought was strange, because we did a lot of walking at Djuma back in the day, him and myself. And I've walked with all the other guys. Now, it's so nice to be walking with Mr. BK. Okay, well, we're going to put our snake back on the floor and maybe something will come and eat it. In the meantime, we send you back over to Cedric, who's on the move.
Yeah, welcome back. Of course, here we got looks like a Corky and Swazi with the little ones now suckling. Oh, sorry, Ntima and Swazi. Of course, we just came past here not long. Now you can understand why those ears are all ruggedy. Look at those little ones really playing with that ear. Hey, Swazi, where are you off to? There's still one suckling on Team herself there now at the moment. They are so cute. They're absolutely amazing. There comes another one out the hole. Too precious, eh? Of course, both of them have got little cubs at the moment, that's why, and they don't allow each other to suckle from one another, but it has happened before, recently. Oh, no adult suckling allowed. But let's just... These little ones are full of it. Cameron, yes, good afternoon. It's definitely just listening to this interaction here quickly. Yeah, it is. They don't really worry about us. They don't see the vehicle. They're comfortable with the vehicle. They don't really see us as a threat at all. If we were a threat, they would definitely, those cubs would have long time been inside. But let's listen to this. Oh, almost stood on it. That's cool. As you can see that mud on her bum, she's been sitting in some mud. That's why she's got like a muddy bum. Looks like somebody's like plastered some mud on her bum there. Oof. Yeah. My bad, that's Corky, sorry. And it's Corky. So it's also one of the other females. I think she's got two. She's definitely got two cubs. I've got that one coming up. Oh, that's in team, and that's Devin Swazi's cub there. One's not allowed to drink from her. Absolutely precious, and you can just see so black, and of course when they are born, only around about maybe 3 months they start getting the colours. Kathy, yes, good afternoon. Definitely, I can also spend all day. I love this interaction with the little cubs and everything, and it's also with it, just with the ranking. Now you can see how Corky keeps on pushing the other young cub trying to come out, and the other young cub is Swazi's cub. So of course every time it wants to come out, like now, oh, she's going to sit on them. Watch out. Oh. She doesn't know what to do. There's just too much happening there for her. So I guess you're going to see lots and lots and lots of activity. Inside of that den, lots of activity. I think she's like, I also would do the same. I'd also yawn after all that. Trying to keep those little ones under control. Yeah, this Djuma clan is really getting big. I mean, now we've got 1, 2, I think Corky's got 2 here. Swazi, I'm not too sure how much Swazi. Tima's got 1, Ribbon's got 2, Heart's got 1, Cub, and that's 6. I'm not too sure Swazi. I think she's got 1. I'll just say 1. So I'll say 7, plus minus 7 cubs. Wow. You can imagine all of them getting to a good old age over 1, 2 years old. It's going to be very interesting with this clan. Especially it's going to be a formidable clan. And some of these clans can get really to a large size. I know that one of the clans in the Sabi Sands many years ago got up to, I think, just over 45 in the clan itself. So they can really get to a big size. And as you know, very much matriarchal. So you'll have very much your matriarch running the clan, and you'll have like a that little one just falling in it all. You know, let's while we're sitting here, let's head back to Tess. I think she's on a leopard mission.
Good afternoon, especially in the north of the outfit.
Antics, antics, antics indeed. Look who we have on a termite mound, busy stalking some impalas. This is the male leopard we were tracking earlier. And an absolute clown he is. It certainly looks like it is Marib's. And I think he's having a great time. The typical clown composure. Finally, we get to see some rosettes, and they're in action. Okay, so currently hiding behind a quarry, there are some impalas. We're at the junction of Chitwa Old Driveway with Cheetah, Katlan, and Gowrie Main. And there are impalas just on the Torchwood side, so diagonally across the junction. But I'm not going to show you where they are currently, because I think my ribs might move. Oh, look at that focus. Right, so he's currently using the cover of the quarry. Look at that camouflage. You can't even see him unless he's moving. Now you will hear other vehicles on the sighting. Another vehicle has just arrived. Let's see what happens. What we're trying not to do is block the pathway for my ribs. A clear path between him and the impalas. So I don't want to move just yet because there are other vehicles moving. We want to be sensitive if he is stalking. Just want to wait for the other vehicle to reposition. Then I'm going to try and roll backwards and see if we can get a view. We don't want to go forwards because we don't want to block that view of the impalas. But I'm not even going to switch on. Oh, I'm going to have to switch on. Right, let's see if we can get a view. Yes, we might get a view here. Brilliant. It's going to be a tough one, but we're going to do it as best we can. How's that, Owen? All right, we can see him sitting up in the brush, but just the profile of his head and his shoulders. See if you can see him from a distance. And as Owen zooms in, have a look at that. Beautiful camouflage. I'm absolutely ecstatic to see my ribs. I obviously haven't seen him since Tundi died. And I know everyone's been talking about my ribs, and it's so good to see him here hunting on his own, looking healthy and happy. How fitting is it that my first leopard sighting back is my ribs? I think that's absolutely perfect. And in fact, those tracks that we had earlier today, I had a feeling it was my ribs. I don't know why, but I had a feeling that it was him. He must have crossed somewhere close to Twin Dams and come this way. Cindy, he's ever hungry and ever the youthful clown. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, this makes my heart incredibly happy. Let's just sit and listen for a while. He almost looks like he's falling asleep. He's kind of focusing, but kind of not. So the whole time that he's sitting there, watch his ears. His ears are still moving. So he's listening carefully for all of the surrounds, but he doesn't seem to want to get any closer. Catswain, it would be amazing to see him put Tundi's skills to practice here. Imagine seeing my ribs make a kill of an impala. And she certainly taught him well. She is such a successful mother. And in fact, the exact spot where I'm sitting now, on Gowrie Main, is where I saw Tundi and my ribs with that amazing sighting of my ribs constantly pestering her, and she was finally showing a bit of that feistiness towards him. Oh, there he's moving. It was the first time I'd seen a feisty behavior from Tundi towards my ribs, and I will never, ever, ever forget it. What a special spot. Oh, he's running a little bit. In a clearing, that is very arbitrary. He's actually using a vehicle for cover. Look at that tail, so mischievous. Okay, there we go. So what happened was the impala moved, and he's decided to move as well. So I'm going to move a little bit forward now that he's moved, and we'll see if we can get him coming out. Oh, the impala spotted him. Listen to the alarm call. Look where the impala is. It's just behind the signs. It's just spotted him and it started alarm calling. Oh my goodness, Mareebs, no. No. Poor boy's not getting his meal today. The impala's running towards him. He's crossed down into Chitwa towards the dam wall. Let's see if we can get a view. I don't know if we're going to, but I'm going to try. So it looks like he ran through the clearing. And just that quick movement running through the clearing, the impala spotted him straight away and he just ruined his chances. It was quite frustrating to watch, Mareebs. Quite frustrating. Ah, yes, he's scent marking. Hello, Mareebs, getting older, boy. Getting older. Right. Oh, look at this. He's going to the bathroom. He's just sprayed the tree, in fact. Ah, and he has admitted defeat. He is moving off in the direction of the dam. Oh, you might scent mark. He looked up there. Silly clown. That quick movement in an open clearing was not very smart. But that's okay. It's all part of practice, I suppose. He's still feeling mischievous. Look at the tail. So he's looking down towards the clearings that are next to the dam. Maybe he's listening for more impalas there. I think that's very likely what he is doing. It looks like he's got a bit of a stalk on him again. Maybe stalking a mongoose. Alright, we are going to have a vehicle come in front of us. So we are going to have to move again. The lovely Mareebs. Oh, I can't believe he did that. I can't believe he did that. Typical young male leopard losing his meal from being over-eager. He got so excited the impala moved a meter. And Mareebs just decided, okay, I'm going for this. Oh, I think he's trying to hunt something on top of the termite mound. Again, we do have another vehicle with us. We're going to have to try and navigate this quite carefully. Try my best to sneak around this side. There we go. Theo, I can't believe it either. I've never seen an impala that aggressively run towards a leopard. I mean, who does that? That impala was adamant that it was 100% not going to get eaten. Wow. I think Mareebs got quite a fright there. Maybe he left so quickly because he was embarrassed of what his reaction was when the impala was running towards him. I think that may have been it. Alright, let's see if we can catch up there really quickly. Mareebs. What an amazing first leopard sighting. On Chitwa, the last place I saw Tandy and Roots together. Okay, we're going to watch him walking away. It looks as though he's going towards the dam wall, so maybe we'll get lucky and have him on the dam wall just now.
Yes, that's fantastic. I'm really happy for her. I'm glad that she's got it. And I'm just going to take a look around the dam area here to see if we can find something very interesting. We are at Twin Dams at the moment. So I'm just hoping that we are going to be fortunate enough to bump into maybe another leopard. You never know. Never know. It's always a chance we take. But I know that you said they had leopard tracks coming towards this dam, so I'm just going to carefully look around here. I might actually just make a little stop on the dam wall for a little bit and listen out. That's always a good thing. That's exactly what happened this morning around on Buffelshoek at Buffelshoek Dam. I stopped there for the wild dogs, got them, came back to the dam, sat there for a bit. Batalia came down to feed on the remains that we did not know about, and then after Batalia, Tawny Eagle came. After Tawny, of course, Ribbon came down. So it just shows you, always have to let a sighting play out, and that's when you really get the real reflection on actually what's happening there at that point in time. Very nice indeed, I say. Very nice. Okay, I'm just going to stop here and listen out a little bit and enjoy the Twin Dams. And let's hold thumbs. We might just be lucky this side.
So we are just seeing the hind end of Marips as he's moving from Chitwa into Little Gowrie. So we cannot follow him as he disappears over that crest. But what a sighting. My first leopard sighting back, and it's Marips. And he hunts an impala, and in fact the impala hunts him. Oh my goodness, what a day. And there he goes. That is the last we can view. Oh! That makes me very heart sore, but so happy that we got to spend that time with him and see him at his most active. I don't think I was expecting that, but we're just going to see if we can get a glimpse of him through those bushes. And if not, we're going to have to leave. Oh, we will have a vehicle crossing us. Alright, he has gone. Oh. Okay, my plan from here, I obviously cannot go and follow him, so I'm going to have a quick look what's happening at Chitwa Dam. But while I'm heading over there, it sounds like Cedric has beat me to a waterhole. So let's head over there and see what's happening.
Yes, I'm sitting at Twin Dams. I'm glad I've got to Marips to see Marips. Wunderbar. Wonderful. It is always nice to see that boy, and he's still around. I'm glad he's still here. Well, we're just sitting at the Twin Dams. I'm just trying to listen out a bit this side. Why so? I know that Tess said she had male leopard tracks coming into this direction this afternoon. So I thought I would just come down. But you've got a lot of oxpeckers that's landed right at the... Oh, sorry. We had oxpeckers, but typical, the plovers are in... These blacksmith plovers are absolutely menaces. They're not allowing any birds to really come and settle around the waterhole, except maybe the doves. It looks like maybe they've got a truce with the doves. But other than that, nothing else. Poor oxpeckers, they just came down for a nice little drink of water. And these two blacksmith lapwings, they're owning the roost, as they say. Yeah. But yeah, so I was hoping maybe get some other tracks around this area, this dam, and see where that male leopard did go off to. So far I haven't seen anything, I haven't heard anything, but think it's always worth a try. But those little lapwings, I wonder if they got the nest. I'm actually I took a look the other day around Twin Dams to see where they're pretty much exactly where they are now. That's where most of the time they spend most of their time that side. So I think now and again they actually lie down on a little bit further up from the water areas. I wonder if they don't. Not nesting close. Watch that one blacksmith slowly but surely approaching the two doves. They're incredible. I have a lot of respect for the lapwings themselves. I mean, they make sure that the birds are coming closer. Not even birds, even the water monitors and terrapins, or not terrapins, tortoises, and they come. I've seen them as well. Not take too lightly on them coming down to the dam area or to the water areas. And I just wondered, and we had a nice huge flock of red-billed oxpeckers that came down. Manitoba Girl, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. What is my favorite bird? I think, look, I think I've mentioned a few times that I do enjoy the African hawk eagle. The African hawk eagle is a really stunning bird, or eagle. I want to see if I can get a picture, then I can let you see how it looks like. And why? Also because they actually hunt in pairs. Actually hunting pairs. I just want to see if I can find it here. Not the best of pictures, but anyway. Except Manitoba Girl, this is pretty much that one. They're beautiful. They're really dark on the top, as you can see with the wings as well on the side. Beautiful little streaks coming down on the chest area, and of course a nice black cape on top. And they do hunt in pairs, so the male and the female, they will hunt together, and mainly going for things like guinea fowl. The guinea fowl bird, one of the ground roaming birds, even francolins. And so yeah, they are formidable hunters themselves. African hawk eagle, so that is my favorite bird. Yeah. But there's a lot of different kinds. I enjoy birds of prey because I like the hunting side of things. When it comes to the animals hunting for food and all that, I think it's sometimes amazing how they kind of plan it, and how this strategies actually happen and play out between the two partners of the African hawk eagle, where the one will kind of fly past guinea fowl on the one side, and the other one will come from behind and of course snatch the francolins if they're not, or guinea fowl if they're not watching. But yeah, they are very nice eagles, nice birds to watch. Well, we're going to sit a little bit longer here. Let's head to Steve in Pridelands, and let's see what he's got to show us.
African hawk eagles are indeed one of my favorites as well. So we found a tree that has been pushed over. The tree itself has been snapped here at the base, and then something's come along and fed upon the bark. This would have been elephant, and this is a false marula. And the tree was damaged before, though. Some bark damage over here, which has led to some insect damage. It was really structurally quite damaged. We spoke this morning about woodpecker. We'll be able to access the cavity in there, except it does it with its face. And then it makes these little holes to get the grubs, wood-boring beetles out. The tree, though, is still alive. Still alive there, even though the tree's been completely uprooted. Still green bark over there, but quite a bit of damage to the tree. It was once upon a time a very nice scratching post. This would have been elephant height, nice and dirty there from the elephant's back. And as we keep going up, we find areas where the tree was being fed upon, and a big, large branch is broken off, but still alive in places. And I was talking yesterday about how you can use the false marula bark for dyeing purple. So I forgot that actually I suggested to BK a few years ago. He had some white sleeves that he wanted to change color, and so I don't know if you got marula or false marula bark. It was marula. But this, you can cut off these, boil it. See how I've gotten a bit of it here? Boil it in water, add some salt, sieve it to clean the liquid, and then soak whatever material you want inside for overnight, 24 hours, 12 hours, and it'll come out desired color purple, which is very, very cool. You can actually see inside how purple it is there. It is the cambium, it's the inner bark, it's the xylem, it's the phloem, it's where all the nutrients are going up and down the tree. You can see just underneath the cambium is the wood. There's nothing in there that the elephants are feeding on. There's the sapwood, inside is the heartwood, but that bark and inner bark, this juicy stuff here, is always what elephants are looking for. That's beautiful purple. And I'm harvested this piece here. I'm going to dry it, and I'm going to make it into a base plate. I'm going to cut it in half, split it, and cut it in half, and then I'm going to use it for a base plate for making a fire drill. I've also just harvested a stick from a white raisin, one of the raisins. Gregory's plants my speciality. I love plants. There's always plants around. I've put a lot of effort and energy into plants. I do like all the animals as well, but the animals, you have to find them. I mean, you can't find them. Well, there's plants to talk about, which is great. So here's the raisin I was talking about. You see how nice and straight the stems are? Beautiful and straight, and also lots of nutrients. But making it a base plate, this would be the base plate once it's been split and dried. And essentially, once this is split and in half, and this is dried, you'll be able to make this into a fire drill. So I'm going to do it. I have made a few in the past, and they've either broken or gone missing. But the key is that inside the heartwood of this little stick, there's a little heartwood, solid heartwood there, that when this rubs, it causes friction on the outside, and eventually, once that heartwood gets super, super frictioned and hot, that small little piece, once dry, will fall off onto some elephant dung, onto some tinder that you've provided. But the key is that the base plate must be a little bit softer. Not too soft. The one I made last year and took on a men's trail was corkwood with the same stick, and this ate straight through the corkwood without doing anything. So I'm going to try with the false marula. I'm probably going to find a bit of marula at some point as well and see which one works, because I've never successfully made any. I only have an idea of how to, so wish me luck. And in the meantime, I'll send you back over to Tess, who's at Chitwa.
That sounds absolutely fascinating, Steve. Nothing quite like making your own fire from a fire drill. It's really hard work. It builds up a proper sweat. But it's a lot of fun to make them, that's for sure. I'm sitting on Chitwa Dam wall and just appreciating some of the scenery with the hippos popping up. Seems like quite a big family here, including some babies. Of course, we've been listening to some of the bird calls, hoping that Maribs decides to turn around and come back this way, and just appreciating some of the bird life as well. It does seem to be quite a lot of activity here today, so apparently this is the place to be this afternoon in terms of birds. There's a mix of green-backed herons, jacanas, all sorts of things. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I can tell you, and this is going to sound strange, but I keep thinking back to that conversation about milk earlier, and the closest thing I can relate to at this point is we often bring some snacks with us on drive, and people often ask us what we bring. Today, I brought a mix of nuts, and I think I ate a rather rancid nut. about 5 minutes ago, and I can't get the taste out of my mouth. It's very sour. I think it was an almond. I wasn't looking when I took it out the bag. And I'm somewhat replaying that milk scene in my head with the taste of a rancid nut in my mouth. So thank you to that almond for distasting my mouth. But a good distraction is a green bacterian on the reeds, or on the weeds I should say, busy hunting. Seems we are having a lot of luck with the birds today. Edward, I agree. I think this is one of the best places to sit and just enjoy what's happening around you, kind of soak it in. Oh my goodness, is that hippo trying to come out of the weeds and getting itself covered in them? Look at that, Edward. As you said that, I've noticed a hippo that is kind of half coming out of the weeds. Oh, it's actually got a little calf next to it. Camouflage. It works. I'm not sure why a hippo would want to be covered in weeds, but it does look quite comfy, so maybe they're just wanting to be a bit different today, stand out from the crowd. I'm waiting for one of them to at least move their ears, but they seem to be dead still. So I wouldn't be surprised if these hippos come out of the water a bit early tonight. It is cooling down very quickly. I know Cedric was saying earlier it's going to cool down quite fast today. It's exactly what it's doing now that the humidity is wearing off. It's cooling off quite fast with a nice breeze, and that's why the hippos are so active. I'm not too worried about the sun. I think they're going to come out early. Maybe we'll get really lucky and see one fully come out the water. I'd love to see one out the water with a calf. Mandy, it is a pretty good way to accessorize when you're a hippo, I suppose. Listening to Cedric and making a plan to make it happen. Accessorizing is key. I'm not half as fabulous. Not half as fabulous as Cedric with accessorizing, it seems. But this hippo has got it covered. It's wearing a cape of weeds. That was absolutely adorable. I feel like if anyone was going to do it properly, it was going to be a little calf with style. Playing dress-up games as a child is always very important to, I think, a lot of people. Apparently it's important to hippos too. Catswain, weeds make the perfect hair extensions, especially if you're a hippo. I think that contrast of green to the really dark grey just makes it pop in a way that we didn't know it could. It's got a little bit of curl in it, so it's not completely flat. It's got some volume. Just brilliant in terms of a little bit of false hair when it's needed. Perfect, perfect, perfect for a hippo calf playing dress up. Oh, and a jacana joining the party. Missing out. I don't want to miss out on the dress up. I'm joining on the hippo's back. Oh, will the calf tolerate it if it hops over? I don't know. It's actually avoided stepping on the calf's nose. That's quite impressive. It's riding the swirl. The hippos are creating a swirl. The weeds are moving. I think it's starting to panic a bit. Unexpected roller coaster. It's like the bird version of the floor is lava. Yuri, I very strongly doubt that a hippo would try and kill a bird like a jacana. They're generally very tolerant animals, so I wouldn't think that something like a jacana on the head would be frustrating for a hippo. They can just go under the water and it should fly off because it'll lose its perch. So I wouldn't think that they would try to... Oh, I think it sneezed. I've never heard a hippo sneeze before. I'm not sure if that was a sneeze. I'm still trying to figure that out. But no, I don't think a hippo would get frustrated with jacanas. I've never seen them go for birds before. The jacana is literally just looking for some food all around the hippos. You can imagine with the movement of the hippos in the water, especially close to the weeds, what it's doing is it's churning up some of the insects, especially things like aquatic spiders, which is a massive part of a jacana's diet. Small fish as well, little crabs or mollusks, anything like that. Unexpected shower. This jacana is having a very interesting time. It's chosen a very brave spot to look for food. Brave, but the payoff is really good. Scary, but amazing. Oh. Hopped over to the island, still next to a hippo though. Note the little bump in the water, that is a hippo's nose. Very, very smart decisions from this jacana. Let's see what happens as we stay here for a little bit longer. Just want to take it in for a little bit. There's so much happening. Everyone's kind of moving around. And there's some gorgeous sounds with this change in weather and it cooling down. So let's just have a listen, let's take in the scenery and enjoy the fact that we've had a fantastic afternoon so far. Even the oxpeckers have joined the party. You absolutely got to love some of the overcast days here. It just makes everything come to life, especially around waterholes. It's ironic that it works so well, and I am loving all of this activity.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. As you can see, we did return back to the Nkuhumas, and you can see they are still very much flat, but now and again they are rolling over. I saw a little bit of yawning just now, a bit of stretching. So once that starts happening, there you go, another stretch at the back. Go stretchy. Once they start stretching a bit, and especially the yawning, and you'll tend to start seeing that they'll become a little bit more active and getting ready for the night. And they'll start grooming each other, grooming themselves, just preparing for their nightly patrol or their night hunts. I did come across there on Quarantine Open at the moment. It's got a couple of nice big herds of impala. But I didn't see those wildebeest. The wildebeest tracks we did get going down Zoe's, I think they must have seen or heard or smelt the lions from last night, and they made a bit of a beeline for it. But we do have another vehicle in the sighting. So if you do hear other people talking, it is from another lodge. But they are definitely still enjoying their little nap, afternoon nap. Definitely all cuddled up again. It's amazing. They've got so many little open areas that they can lie at the moment, but it's amazing lions. They would all go together and lie very close to each other, and all this touching, it's just to make sure that the bond between each individual is very much a strong bond. But yeah, actually fantastic. I'm glad to hear about Tessa's hippos coming out with some accessories. I think those hippos are definitely. I think they must have seen me doing it. I think they decided to see if they can compete. I would love to see a leopard dance from a hippo, or actually even the hammerkop shuffle. See? From Tess as well. So Egot actually definitely wants to challenge Tess for a bit of a hammerkop shuffle in Chilapan. I'm sure that'll be on for tomorrow morning. Stay tuned. It's going to be very interesting. I think she won't be too happy hearing that part, but well, it's just a little bit of mud and water. A bit of a spa treatment for the feet. It is, with the mud and water. Yeah. After my hammerkop shuffle, I felt my feet were very smooth. Yeah. It seems like Jared FC did tell Tess about the challenge that she needs to pretty much do that Hammerkop shuffle as well and chill a pan. And apparently she didn't look too chuffed about that. But yeah, I think we should definitely put a vote up for that one. Yeah, stay tuned. But it is now cooling nicely down now. It is really getting nice and cool now. I think so it's getting darker as well. Entrance, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Wild Earth and on our Sunset Safari. Have I ever witnessed a buck walking into sleeping lions? Yes, indeed I have. And we did witness Egor and myself while we were sitting with these Nkumas earlier. It did happen like that, where impala walked right past them. Two of them took notice of the impala. It was not even far, it was maybe about 15, 20 meters from them. They took notice of the impala. And they looked like they were almost getting into stalk mode, and then they just went to fall asleep again. But I've also seen, if an antelope by accident, say that now, especially nowadays, that you got the rams, impala rams, that's busy rutting, and sometimes they're chasing each other all over the show, and sometimes they don't even look where they're running. And I can imagine an impala will just run straight into the middle of them. If that does happen, of course, the lions they're not fully asleep. They're very much semi-conscious. And if they hear that impala running straight towards it, they can hear the rustle of the grass of the impala running through the grass. And definitely those lions will, be up and ready for that impala if it goes in the middle of them. So yes, I'm sure those things do happen. Even buffalo. If you get a buffalo walking past you, definitely this pride will definitely gets there will be interest shown. There's opportunity. So I'm not going to say, well, I think it was just the two younger ones earlier with impala that they just kind of gave up. I can't wait still to get those bigger herds of buffalo that's going to start coming through, especially in our winter time. Of course, all the nice grazing areas further out has been demolished and coming through to now these areas where it's still very good grazing grounds here. And definitely going to start getting nice big herds coming through. I can't wait for them to start approaching this area. These lions are definitely going to be very happy with that. While we still sit here with the Nkumas and while they're still sleeping, let's head back to Steve and see what's happening on his bushwalk.
Welcome back to the Pridelands bushwalk team, where we are just slowly meandering our way back down the landscape. We've been up at the top of the hill, or what we would call the Katina, up at the top of the slope, and we're going to slowly start heading down. So generally at the top of the slopes you'll find trees like this one here, the red bush willow. It's very characteristic of granitic soils, red bush willow. But this area is quite different from what we see on the Djuma side, where Djuma you get predominantly red bush willows and bush willows on the top, and then all of the smaller stuff down towards the bottom, whereas here there are knobthorns all over the place. There are false marulas on top. And I think a lot of what that's got to do with is the fact that there weren't elephants in this area for quite some time. And we're finding corkwoods all over the place, false marulas in places where most people over the years have asked me, Steve, why do false marulas only grow down at the bottom on a termite mound? And I said, because an animal has eaten the fruit, defecated the fruit on a termite mound, and the roots have gone down and the plant is growing. And the termite mound has elevated them off the ground, so they're protected against being browsed by small antelope and elephant. But then you come here to a place that hasn't had elephant and a lot of big game for a long time, until 4 years ago, and there are false marulas growing all over the place. So it's definitely got a lot to do with the big guys. the presence and absence of certain plants. So we're slowly going to meander down. The light is starting to fade. We'll head on back towards the car. Maybe we'll bump into some elephants on the way because we were tracking them in this area before. Maybe they decided to come back in. A lot of knobthorns, sicklebush, marula, trees that the elephants are quite keen on eating. Alison, it's all that depends on the situation, you know. Elephants, for the most part here in the Kruger, aren't really that sort of aggressive, potentially aggressive, because, well, there's no real animosity between humans and them here. There's a lot of vehicles in these private reserves towards the west, and people spend time with them, and elephants are pretty chilled. Obviously, you have to treat every situation uniquely, and you can never say that this is the story, but we generally don't make a noise out here. We're always vigilant, and generally don't talk on bushwalk, because elephants definitely do respond to human voices, especially when you go to areas where there's human-wildlife conflict, like on the Mozambican side and up into Zimbabwe, where the elephants have first-hand experience with conflict with people there, and those elephants hear voices and they definitely do react. So depends where you are. It's amazing. The same elephants can be down here, can go up there. They change. It's like going to a city or going to an area of the city that you know is dangerous. Your senses shift. Then you go to another part of the city where you know is safe, and your senses just do this. Elephants are very much the same. They know an area where they feel comfortable, and it's just a spider, we won't go through there, where they feel comfortable when they're threatened. And through the research over the years since the 90s, they realized that elephants do perceive a risk. So a lot of management strategies behind elephant behavior is to do with their knowledge that they perceive risk, so to manage them in that sort of way.
Yeah, welcome back. I just had lions calling north of us. Not quite far north, about in Buffelshoek area. Quite far north. And one female lioness got her head up. Definitely, what's her name? Chilla. She got her head up that side. I'm just listening out again, but we did hear them just calling now. Very brief calling, wasn't really too loud and too close. And really don't know exactly where that line is. So I'm not too sure if it was a male, just very far. It could be the males from that side. I don't know, what are those males called there now? It's like there's a new name for them. I can't remember. There's males in the north. There's a few of them that side. That's, I think, two brothers. That's coming down a little bit further south. So we might be lucky one day seeing new males coming into the area. But not good for these sub-adults. Not really good for them at all. Because he's already in dreamland. Even his mouth is moving a little bit. I think sometimes cats and dogs, they do that at home as well. Sometimes you see their paws flick and their eyes twitch and mouths twitch. Sometimes that's having a bit of a dream.
I am the epitome of happiness right now. I've had a lucky day without a lucky shirt even. Oh, I did wear it this morning, but still. What a fantastic afternoon. I'm going to try and top it off if I can, see what comes along. But I'm going to go towards Buffelshoek Dam. Don't know, but we'll try. Wild dogs were there this morning. There were hyenas there this morning. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe on the way back we'll bump into Tlalamba and the Cubs. Central Road. Let's not know. Never know. We'll see. I believe Eduardo Eckhart has challenged me to a Hammerkop shuffle. Eckhart. I'm going to have to accept that challenge and one up you. I'm going to think of something amazing to challenge you with, just by the way. Might have something to do with our Easter egg hunt on Sunday. Maybe that's a good one. Maybe we should dress Eckhart up as an Easter bunny with makeup, complete with makeup. I think that's a good idea. Might have to do that. Maybe we'll have to have him do a dance while he's dressed like that. That's a good idea. We shall see. But I'm going to think of a good one. Watch me. Oh, it's going to be interesting. I don't think my strike will be as good as Cedric's, but I'll give it a bash. Not right now, because I'm not anywhere near Chelapan, but next time I'm at Chelapan better watch out, it'll be in trouble. We'll never see a Hammerkop shuffle like mine. In all seriousness, I trip over my own feet, so I'm probably going to fall flat on my face in Chelapan trying to shuffle one foot. But at least it'll be fun. I'll just not wear my favorite shirt. Yeah, I think that's the one. I think I'm going to go with an Easter bunny for Eckhart. Complete with makeup. Oh my goodness. It's so much fun having these things that I can do, you know? None of the guys can threaten me with makeup, but I can threaten them. Oh, it's going to be so good. I like this game that we're playing. It feels a little dangerous. Alright, turn off onto hippo pools. Let's see what we can find. It has been quite a gorgeous day, I must be honest. This temperature that we've got right now is perfect to keep the brain going, to keep the mischief flowing. I love it. Lots of shenanigans. Can you see it? Is it on my face? Because I could feel it on my face. How about that for a little close-up, everyone? I've just driven through a spider web. It's on my face. Lena, I'm going to try my best to answer that while trying not to inhale a spider web and a spider. Oh, my word. No, wild dogs are not always found near water, neither are hyenas. They are water dependent, so that means that they do like to be near water to drink, but they don't absolutely have to be right next to it or even within 1 kilometer or 5. They can live further away. I think I got it all. If I didn't, there might be a spider in my hair. We all know how I feel about this situation. I'm keeping my calm very well right now. Keeping my cool. Inside, it's like nails scratching on a chalkboard. Oh, goodness. Never a dull moment in the bush. Never. I could taste that spider web. That was actually quite bitter, because it was as I was chatting. I can still taste it. Is that a weird thing to say? I don't know. Now you can see the panic rising to the surface and bubbling out. It's alright, I'm breathing again, it's fine. Oh, that was fairly gross, actually. That little cottony thing, the middle part of the nest. It's so bitter. How do I describe this? It is so bitter. I never thought spiderwebs were bitter until I inhaled one. Oh. Onwards and upwards, it can only get better from here, everyone. I would love to hear what some of your phobias are. Since mine is a spiderweb to the face and I've just lived through it in front of everyone. That was fantastic. I inhaled it. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I'm busy calming myself while I regain my water. I'm going to send you to Cedric because the lions look like they're getting active.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. Welcome back, everybody. Well, I don't know. It seems like Tess drives with her mouth open then. She's got a spider web that got lodged in her mouth, and that's the only way you'll be tasting a spider web. I don't think there is any flavour. I don't know if there is a flavour. I don't think I've ever tried to taste spider webs, but yeah, I'll definitely ask Tess. But as you can see, these lions are slowly but surely starting to get a little bit more active now, starting to groom themselves, starting to, one or two are stretching again, and grass is moving at the back, so of course the night is starting to fall. On top of that as well, we did have, it sounded like a single male lion that was calling north of us, but inside Buffelshoek side. Not long ago, it called about 5 to 10 minutes ago. And as soon as that lion called, one or two of them, of course, got their heads up and looked into that direction. So I'm not too sure which males are calling that side at all, but it was just one, what I heard. But it was also a very brief call. And of course, you'll find that lions really start calling much more when it gets dark and at night time. The noise travels further as well, so they really use that opportunity, and they'll call and just to pronounce their presence, and that's their territory. Typical all the time, and if it's more than one brother, if it's 2 or 3 brothers or males in a coalition, if one starts roaring, they're all try to roar together. And why they do that is just to let other males know from other areas that there's not just one male in that territory, but there's several, 2 or 3 males, of course, in that territory. So very important for them, for calling, and of course contact calling as well. So just to let the females know that they are in this area, or there is males just north of where we are now. But of course these females will not go that side because there is no voca males that side, so none of these guys fathers are pretty much up there in the north at the moment. So they heard that lion calling, so 10 to 1 they're not going to go north from here, they're all going to go south, I think, just to stay clear from those males. And especially that there is sub-adults here. You must remember, these sub-adults are in danger. So if those males, I think there's 2 or 3 males. I'm not too sure that coalition just north of us. I'll try and find out as well. I'm just trying to find out about that coalition. And I know it's about 2 or 3 males. And unfortunately, if they do come down here, these sub-adults have to move away from the side because it'll be called the infant side, of course. It's not their offspring, and they'll try and kill these sub-adults, or they'll try and push them out. Anyway, well, we're going to watch the lions slowly but surely start waking up. Let's head to Tess and see what surprise she's got at Buffelshoek Dam.
Buffelshoek Dam is representing with a gorgeous sunset. But even better than that, can you believe that it gets any better? But it does. There's wild dogs at the dam, currently approaching. Bless you, Owen. The opposite end. I don't know which way to look. There's too much beauty. Hello, dogs. This definitely makes up for the spiderweb incident. Just saying. Sigh of relief. How can it get better?
Surprise, come here for me, Sean.
Wow, wow, wow. Stuck in bed. I'm not going to lie to you, I'm fairly terrified of bitter webs happening again. But maybe I should just drive with my hand out in front of my face from now on, as though I'm high-fiving nothing. Maybe that'll help. Wear a helmet. Thanks, Owen. I can wear a helmet. Maybe I should get like a wild dog mask. One of those heads that you put on. Like I have a giraffe one. I could wear that. You put your face into it and it's like a teddy plush giraffe head. As part of a kid's dress-up costume. Maybe I should just drive around like that. Oh. I just want to sit here for a minute. The light's fading quickly. And just soak it in. I honestly don't know where to look because there is the most gorgeous sunset and the most gorgeous wild dogs, and I'm right in the middle. And I wish I could show you both in the same shot. But I can't get around there. I think these wild dogs ate a little bit too much this morning, so they haven't moved very far. It's the only reason why wild dogs would still be at the dam, I'm sure. So Owen is telling me that I've driven over wild dog poop. We could definitely smell it. It was here on the dam wall, and as we drove up to have a look at the sunset, I spotted the wild dogs and obviously drove over some poop without noticing. It's an evening of senses. Sight, smell, taste, and hearing. And even touch. I could feel the texture of that web. But at the moment, I'm enjoying the sight more than anything. Kimberly, this is the same foursome from the Bushbuck Dam Cam incident. On a positive note, we actually saw the bushbuck in camp today, so I don't think they got a bushbuck. I don't know what they got, but we saw the resident bushbuck in camp, so I don't think they got her. But yes, it is the same four from last night. Up to mischief again, it seems. Always at the dams. Fascinating. I understand why Lino asked if they're always found near dams, because it seems like recently they're always found near dams. But in reality, it's just a good escape route for animals, but it's just a good place to find animals because they have to come down to drink at some point. There's usually a clearing close by where animals congregate. It just happens to be a nice place to hunt. I'm hearing a lot of alarm calling from the drainage line opposite the wild dogs, so not where they are, actually to the left of the car towards the sunset. I'm wondering if we might not get a surprise hyena or leopard visit from this side. Listen to that alarm calling quickly. They definitely haven't seen the wild dogs. They're not alarm calling at the wild dogs. But can you understand why we can't choose which side to look? This is just mind-blowing. Africa at its finest. I love my life.
Hasn't said anything. He's coming. He was coming there.
He's coming.
He was.
I need to raise my hands.
Arrest him.
Yes, welcome back to the Djuma Pride. Of course, as you can see, they are busy getting more active now as the sun has set behind the Drakensberg Mountains. And it is getting a little bit cooler and a little bit darker now. So, of course, a lot of the other lions now are busy grooming. There's a busy Fleming grimace. The one is there, just doing a Fleming grimace. You can see how they open their mouths like that. So many times it's just to pick up on a scent that they're busy sniffing on. And when they roll their lips back like that, it actually opens like a passageway called the nasal gland. And that, of course, that scent goes on top of that gland or over the gland, and it gives them the status of whatever they're sniffing. But yes, they are definitely getting now more active. And this tree, they love using this tree as like almost like a rubbing post. But of course, they love using it just to kind of stretch their tendons in the sheaths of the claws, and just to make sure that everything is nice and stretched for tonight. Well, unfortunately, Purple Eye is not there. She's getting up. She's looking. She's just going to scratch him. She's going to use She's just going to use it. There we go. Okay, a good old stretch. There we go. There we go, girl. A very experienced female, of course, old Purple Eye. She knows she needs to sharpen those claws, stretch those tendons, and really be prepared for tonight. Of course, I've got a male that's looking straight into my eyes, yeah. I don't know if he's falling in love with me or something, yeah. Okay, no, he's just looked away. Yes, he looked really deep into my eyes there. All right, so they are moving. Interesting, they are going to head. Looks like they're heading to the north on the Gallagher shortcuts. Of course, led by Cello. Cello's the last female that's really gone in front there now. Yeah, that will go. I'm definitely going to come and look at this tree tomorrow. I want to see those claw marks in that tree. Check at that. Any good afternoon. There's one, look, the food is not getting limited here, definitely not. There's loads of, and parlors, there's lots of food around, there's a lot of food sources. It's just, sometimes, you know, they go for 3-4 days without anything. It looks like their tummies do sink in a bit, but your main thing you really look is your hips and your spine, and actually the front quarter as well, the front part of their body. And I mean, most of them are looking absolutely top nick, not bad at all. It's just really the one female called Purple Eye that's really taking a little bit of strain. Well, not a little, quite a bit of strain, but I'm happy that she is with the Pride. So now that's a good thing, because now she could end up really getting some good meals. And if they do catch something substantial tonight, you'll see tomorrow morning, you'll have completely a different point of view on how they look. It's amazing how quickly they can change. Just because their tummies are a little bit thin because they haven't eaten for a day or 2 or 3 or 4. Nothing substantial, nothing big. We've got now, buddy, your whole pride has left you. Your whole pride, the entire pride. Oh, there's one in front of us as well. Okay, I'll just want to say I didn't see him. Sorry. There's 2 males that's left behind there. Sorry, there's another male that's just, there's another one just there. I didn't see that one. Hello. I just see the little black tips there on the ears. Well, anyway, the rest of the pride is gone, so I'm sure these 2 will have to catch up now. It reminds me of myself in the morning when I wake up and everybody is already gone and caught the bus to school and all that, and I'm still like, a little tired. Yeah, that's when I was a kid, of course. Okay, now this one is alone. The other one is all pushed off. And, okay, well, you know, I'm sure he's going to get up now. He's going to realize, he's going to notice now that... Wunderbar. Come on. Chase, good afternoon. Could the Djuma clan, Hyena clan chase these lions of Djuma? Not really with these male lions now that's coming into age slowly but surely, but I see they're all using this post. I love it. It's like a scratching post. I definitely love the scratching post. Yes, it depends on how big the Djuma clan gets. I mean, the clan has to be formidable to chase a lion off Djuma itself. You're looking at maybe a good 30, 40 hyenas. But no, you must remember at the end of the day, hyenas rely on lions to take down stuff as well. So I don't think they'll just chase the lions off the property now. I won't do that. But I've seen big clans. I've been seeing big hyena clans. All right, let's try and see if I can get out here. But also you must remember when you got male lions as well. I mean, these guys are getting to that one. There's one male, yeah, that's quite getting to. I think it's about now 2.5, if I'm not mistaken, 2.5. And I mean, he's really getting to a big size. He's already the size of the cello. Cello is, of course, the. Oh, sorry, buddy. You're doing your toilet break here. Oh my goodness! Please, hopefully the wind is going that way, not this way. Yeah, it's going that way. Thank you. So we hit. Sorry, lion scat is. Lion scat is not pretty. It's one of the nastiest smells around here. But you know, that's just scat. Well, I guess it's scat. Yeah. Right, you're going to catch up, buddy. You've got to catch up there. I think the others are already gone past. All right, there is another vehicle in the sighting at the moment. So if you do see another vehicle, tires, or hear people, there's another vehicle that is with us. And try and block my nose there. Yes. Not fun. I remember that time when I actually stood in lion scat, when I was tracking with my tracker, and I stood in lion scat right in the beginning of drive as well, and I had a door, so everything was like kind of compact and warm, so that hot air was coming from the engine through past my shoe that had lion scat on it, past my nostrils, and yeah, it was not a pleasant 3-hour game drive. That, trust me, it was.
Oh, Cedric. Oh no. That is quite an awful smell. I've driven through it a few times, and then your vehicle smells like that for the whole drive, but never stood in it, luckily. Never stood in it. Alright, I have left Buffelshoek Dam because the light has gotten too low. The dogs are quite far away on the other side, so we can't stay with them after sunset. And as it turns out, it wouldn't have worked anyway trying to get to that side of the dam. So we are on an adventure towards Guari Pan and Central Road, hoping for a little last-minute Tlalamba. Is it possible to get luckier? Mostly with the spotlight, I am looking for bitter webs. Definitely don't want to drive into one. Start driving like this. This is quite a thick section. It's right next to the drainage line that runs past Nyala North-South and leads into the Mulawati. So it is prime territory for a lot of the nocturnal animals. And hopefully, that means we will get lucky. The picture right now is the way that Swazi oh, it was Panda in my last cycle. Whatever it was, did not.
Welcome back. We are so sorry. I'm just having a little bit of technical difficulties here, and a couple of the gremlins have creeped in. But we are back again, as you can see, live and interactive with Djuma Pride while they are just resting here on the road. Well, not resting. They were resting earlier, but now they're just lying on the road, listening out, picking up on the smells around here, and seeing what they can really locate for this evening's hunt. But there is a beautiful female here, Chilla. So Chilla is one of the older females here compared to, of course, Purple Eye is a little older than Chilla, but Chilla is more a female that actually instigates. So she's yawning now. So you'll find that she'll instigate this whole walk of for these sub-adults. See, there, she's the first one up. She's the first one up, and Chilla's going to lead the sub-adults, of course, to where they need to go. She's picked up on whatever they need to here, and of course they follow her lead. Of course they rely on her teaching. There we go. A lot of neck and head rubbing just to really make sure of the bond between each individual. I'm going to see. Of course, we are very fortunate to have infrared, so we will be in infrared. We are going to go into infrared now, as you can see. So it's perfect for us to really view these lions at night time without even showing or shining a spotlight on them, and to let you folks at home or wherever you're watching get a great experience with them. And hopefully they might hunt. Hopefully they do see something very soon, but we shall see. I think they're heading to Gallagher Pan. I think they're going to go and drink that side. I'd love to see all of them drinking at once. All of them. I'm just going to wait for one or two still coming here. I think this is male again, and the one that came last. Gladys, yes, good evening. Thank you for joining us. There's nothing better than a pride on the march. That is very true. It is beautiful, especially if one can get them all on the road at the same time, walking together down in a line. It's always great. But there is one or two males here that's really kind of waiting on the last minute to start moving again. Oh, there's already gone ahead.
Yeah, it's free.
No. The one is just lying that side. And these two almost practically are passing out. I think I see still a tail on the end there, at the end of the road as well. Okay, let me just go a little bit forward. Let me go slightly forward. Let's see. Oh. Okay, here comes the other female now. Sorry. I just thought of going forward now, but I see Purple Eyes as are coming down the road now. With the two young males with him. Well, with him. Oh, she's definitely looking better than the other day. So the other day, Purple Eye was walking with a very sore back right leg. It looked like she was at Twin Dams. It looked really like she was struggling. But she's walking very well at this point in time. Much better. So that's a good thing. Come on, boys. Yeah. You're going to learn to move along. I just always love following lions at night time because you never know. Because look, lions during the daytime, yes, I know they are sleeping, flat cats, and sometimes people say it's better to watch paint dry, but I can still watch the lions all day, 24 hours a day. But at night time, I actually love it. Anyway, let's while we follow, let's head to Tess and see what she's got.
Oh my goodness, we have just gotten so lucky. While driving past Guaripan, it seems like we found a whole family of lesser bush babies, lesser galagos. Now, usually you see, oh, big jump, a pair together. It seems like we've got quite a few. How adorable is that thing? On average, jumping 12 times its size. Oh, wait, time for a scratch first. Realign the back legs. Use the tail for balance. Oh, we definitely can't see them without the light. Alright, it might jump. I'm hoping that it does. Oh, wow, that was spectacular. Okay, we're waiting for the rest. There were quite a few in this wattle. I can see that tree moving. That is where the first one jumped. Unreal. Okay, now we're just going on looking for eyes and a little bit of movement. Now, I have seen the occasional lesser bush baby here. Sorry, I'm just moving my spotlight, that's what you can hear, off my lap. But I've seen more greater bush babies or greater galagos, the big one. But it seems like we got a little jackpot spot. Okay, so to show you the sky, Owen is changing out of infrared quickly while we wait to see if we can find some more. Oh, wow. That was an amazing color change. Can you get any better? Wow. Going back into infrared to look for the bush babies. Thank you, Owen. That was brilliant. Goodness gracious. Okay, where have the bush babies gone? While Owen is scanning with the infrared light, I'm going to scan in front of me with the spotlight. Maybe they've popped across the road. I don't see them anywhere now. That was sensational. I think that's one of the best views of a bush baby that I've had in quite a while. And to see two of them and both jumping. Sasha, they are kept as exotic pets in some places around the world. You can see why. It's small, it's cute, it's cuddly. What people don't realize with the exotic pet trade is, obviously we don't really like people to have wild animals as pets. It's not the greatest thing to be doing. But bush babies in particular are quite hard to handle. They're very, very active at night when most people are sleeping. So probably not the interactions you want. But also they tend to urinate on their hands and feet to get some extra grip. And that does not smell too good when it's soaking into your curtains every day, all day, from them bouncing around your house. So definitely not the best pet to have. If you're going to go for a pet, I would go for something domestic rather. But yes, they are kept as exotic pets in some places, unfortunately. Here in South Africa, I do know a few people who have had bush babies as pets, but they were actually rescues. So, for example, bush babies that fell out of the nest as tiny babies and were then abandoned. But let's see what happens. I think I'm going to spend a little bit more time and see if they pop back out. Right, I'm literally going to spend another 20-30 seconds looking for eyes. If we don't see any, I'm going to drive. This is one of the smallest nocturnal animals we could have seen. They're only about 20 centimeters tall without their tail. Very small. 150 grams, that's nothing. Very, very small. I think we have exercised all of our bush baby luck. All of it. Okay. That was amazing. Let me keep going. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll bump into them a little bit further down the road. Wow. Wonderful. That was probably one of my favorite sightings of the day. Have a quick look along here. Oh, I've just seen it jump. Oh, it's gone through the back. I don't know if we'll get it. Let's try and see. It's through the back there. Let's see. Yes, somewhere there. Maybe we'll catch the movement. Oh, come on, bush baby. What is fascinating is you can see all the dust particles in the air. It's definitely drying out. I've just noticed that and got distracted. Oh, there I can see the tree moving on the left. Where did you go, bush babies? Definitely somewhere deep in the thickets of the wattles. But very impressive, as is even just to see the movement of those branches. Shows the impact and the force of their jumps. Really incredible.
Welcome back. We're still following the Djuma Pride. They are making their way towards Gallego Pan. So I'm just hoping they're all going to be drinking at Gallego Pan in the next, say, 5-10 minutes. So please do not go too far away. I'm heading that side now. I just got this one male that's just lagging behind. Of course, I wonder if that's not the same one as last time. Come on, buddy. You must catch up. I can hear the others. Those are moving a little bit further down the road. I'm sure they're going to go for a nice little spot of water there. But I'll take a look then now. I think he's just sniffing around, picking up on a scent of something that passed in the last few days, yeah. I wonder if it's not the same one. He has been lagging behind all the time. I think he's like the lazy one. The lazy lion. Lazy as a lion. But it is getting very dark now, so as you can see, we do have our infrared on. And we are definitely... just want to take a look at this guy. Once he starts moving, then we can also move further down the road. Unless the rest of the pride did stop further, I'm not too sure. Let's see. Okay. He's definitely moving for us. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much, my little friend. Of course, that's around the corner. I think the rest are all gone past. Yeah, he's definitely the last one by far. But wow, bush babies with Tess as well. That is absolutely fantastic. Love it, love them, love them. I know, and I agree with Tess. A lot of people do keep bush babies as pets. That is true story. Yeah, but which is sad. I tried to rescue a bush baby many years ago. Unfortunately, I was hit by a car. I was in one of the private reserves further south of Kruger Park. And and we found him on the road, and he just got hit by a car. Unfortunately, we tried to save him. There wasn't any vets around, so we thought we were going to take the little bush baby to the vet the following day to see if we can, save him or her. And unfortunately, during the night time, it was very difficult. I tried to give him a little bit of CPR because he did pass away during the night. I tried a little bit of CPR on the little bush baby, which is a little bit of a crazy thing to do. But, well, never know. I thought I might have been a little bit lucky, but fortunately, the next morning, I went to go and bury the poor bush baby. That's why you always have to watch out in the reserves. You've got all these little night critters around, and you have to really keep your eyes open, and owls and all that as well. So there's a lot of little night critters around that you really have to make sure. As you can see, we've got like 8 huge night critters in front of us. Of course, and we are approaching Gallagher Pan now. But they all just stopped here and listening out. Fainan, good evening. Thank you very much for the question. Is there a reason why he's lagging behind? I don't think there's a reason. I think it's just lagging behind. I think he maybe had less sleep than the others. Maybe during the daytime or something happened. I'm not too sure. But no, it's not always the same one that's lagging behind. I think it's just, young males like, oh, mom, or like, auntie, must we really move now? So, but of course, they are nocturnal, so I'm sure they had a good sleep today, so I'm sure they're not too bothered. But yeah, that's, I don't think there's any reason that he's lagging behind. Sometimes, I'm sure, sometimes he'll be in front. It all depends. But I'm very happy, honestly, to say with Purple Eye, I'm very happy to see her walking in a good way. That's a very important part. I think if you can't walk, that's a problem. But if you can walk, it's a good thing. Okay, they're going to go and drink water now. Now we're going to see here at Gallagher Pan. I'm going to come around the corner. Where are they? All right, they're moving towards the water area. Yes, please. All right, I'm just going to put on my lights here quickly. I just want to double check where I'm going here. So I don't want to get the best possible area to come. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about the lights. I just want to quickly make sure that I get the right spot here. So we got all of them drinking next to each other. It's always, I remember the Mapoko photo like that, where we had all of them drinking next to each other. So I'm going to go just quickly up here. I'm just going to look at, let me tell me, Egod, good, fantastic, there we go. Look at that. All right, lights off. Wow, with that reflection as well. Look at that reflection on the water. Thank you. Oh, that was perfect. I'm so happy about this Gallagher Pan. It's amazing. And let's listen to them. And you can hear them drinking, eh? So there's another vehicle that's coming to join us. Oh, there's a little scrubby behind there, yeah. I think that little scrubby is like, they can't see me. Yeah, taking a chance, but our scrubbies are very quick. They're so quick off the mark, but... oh, the one stalking the scrubby, look behind. The one who's stalking behind, the right behind. Stalking the scrubby, you'll just see behind that. Yeah, watch. Okay, stop there, Eckhart. See there, just behind there, slowly. Oh, there it goes. Oh, oh, and I'm sorry about the other vehicle that's just come in now. But yeah. Wow, that was just absolutely magical. That was magical. That was something to really take in. A good dose of water for tonight. So a good drink, and then I'll move on. Yeah, Len, good evening. Definitely a puddle of lions. You know, when you say cuddle puddle, that's now puddle of lions, definitely. It was fantastic. And it's amazing how they all line up next to you. They won't go like one there, one there. They'll all go like touching each other in perfect harmony, and, you know, and it is just magical. And it's and every time the lions all do that, it's a touching, it's just that real bond. When they drink together. When we eat together. I love it. I absolutely love it. Wow. Well, so many things happening. So many things happening today. It was, what an evening so far. What an evening. That is, or what an afternoon. The afternoon, evening. What a sunset drive we've had. A lot of excitement and fantastic sightings. All right, I'm just going to try and get back.
It really has been one of the best afternoons. I don't know if you all have the same energy that we do, but oh my goodness, I feel like at this rate we're going to be chatting about it all night long, all of us. I am on a mission though to find a chameleon. Elusive creatures. Very hard to spot. But I'm determined I will find one. I'm on Central Road, going towards Hyena Road from Nyala North South. And I have a feeling we're going to get lucky with at least one. Got a bronze-winged courser in the road. It's a bird that looks like a picnic. There we go. It's gone. I feel like every light-colored leaf in my head, it's got a chameleon. In my head, I think I'm actually most looking forward to dressing Eckhart up. As good of a day as it's been. My brain keeps flashing to these images. I'm imagining Eckhart fully made up in an Easter bunny outfit. I love it. Such good banter. I think I'm really looking forward to Easter now.
Yes, welcome back. We just had that awesome sighting with those lions busy drinking from Gallagher Pan all together in a lion puddle of lions. But yes, as you can see them here, all moving up now. Still on Gallagher Pan, heading slowly towards Vubu Road and towards Djuma Dam. So that is going to be very interesting, because once they get to Djuma Dam side, of course, anybody that's on Dam Cam, you can also view them on Dam Cam. Well, that's if they do go that side. Let's see. Well, we'll tell Gowrie Dam has been really active. Let's listen. As you can see, they are definitely trying to pick up on noises, but I think they're just moving further east towards Vubu Road. Hello? Yes, they're looking at us. But I really can't wait for them to join up with the rest of the Djuma Pride. You can imagine that. Once the Djuma Pride, the other 3 females and the 7 cubs come around, it'll be fantastic to see them. And I think then it'll be also once again a nice formidable pride for the time being. But unfortunately, 4 of the males, these young sub-adult males, will just disappear very soon. Well, not very soon, but in the next year and a half. Maybe even 2 years, it depends. If the vocal males can keep their territory. Well, hold on there, God. Roll into a bit of squeaky, a bit of rusty squeaks. Maggie, good evening. Yeah, definitely so much love with the line reunion. I think I agree with you, Maggie. It's always beautiful when you see members coming back together and when they've been away for a while. But I'm just watching this. Sorry, I'm just going to listen out here. Of course, the screen hasn't frozen, just to let you know. The lions are just listening and all stopped at once. Just listening out, I think. It sounds like I've also got alarm calls of Impala way further east. I think they're just hearing that. And as you know, we are going around. Cecile, good evening, or good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Yes, it has been really fulfilling and a fantastic live safari this afternoon. I think it's in so many different things as today. Leopards, marips, of course, wild dogs. We've got the hyenas with their little cubs around the Djuma Clan's den sites, which was fantastic to see. And we had old Steve there in Pridelands with all these little magical tricks that side, which was fantastic, and all the interesting things that he speaks about. And of course, we've got the Djuma Pride. That's pretty much just moving further up that way. So of course we're going to let them be. We don't want to shine further on them or not push them. Let them hunt for the night. And as well, that I just want to say that the Wild Earth team is saying thank you very much for everybody joining us this afternoon on the Sunset Safari. And don't forget, on Sunday on Sunset Safari, we've got our Easter treasure hunt on Sunset Safari. So that's also going to be very interesting to watch. and to take part in. So yes, but once again, thank you very much for all the questions, for the comments, and for keeping us on our toes for the day. I think it always helps, and there's always nice banter between everybody. But from
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal